Welcome to Roll For It.
Hello. Welcome to Roll For It, where your favorite YouTubers and streamers get together to play some lovely tabletop RPGs. Today, of course, we are playing Mage 5th edition hack, continuing our Good Morning Mages campaign, and things are going rather swimmingly. Not for them. Not for them.
It's going swimmingly for something. We may be about to meet that something.
Possibly. So, we're going to go through some announcements first, then we'll go through some shilling, and then we'll do a quick recap to get you up to date. So, there is a big announcement, which is not like a big announcement, but a pretty important announcement if you are interested in Mage, which is important because you're probably listening to this right now. So, we'll get to that. But firstly, today's supporter is Hero Sheep. Considering you're in a field right now that it might be quite relevant. Hero Sheep, thank you very much for supporting today's episode and making it possible to pay the majority of our gas costs for today. Thank you. Greatly appreciated. Secondly, we are sponsored by Roll20, which means that we can give away cool things. We can use the cool platforms and stuff. If you want to actually like play role-playing games online, Roll20 pretty much has you covered. It's got all kinds of games on there. Even if you have like a pro account, you can like make your own sheets, and probably most role-playing games will be supported. So, like, you could use the code that, like, I wrote for Mage 5th edition and then play Mage 5th edition, even though it isn't an official game yet. The platform is really useful for that. Play music to people, make people roll dice, cards, send them stuff, murder them. In the game, Roll20 doesn't support doing it in real life. I guess you could. Don't do that. Also, it's September, so 20% off new subs and gift subs if you want to do that. So thank you to everyone who has, by the way, so far. And the MC names posted out. So if you are hero tier and above on our Patreon, you can submit names to get used in the games. GM interview with Sheepy is out. So if you've watched The Last Ditch and you're interested in how Sheepy did the GMing, you can check out that interview. That's GM tier and above. Yeah, the big announcement is the next episode of Mage is next week, but it's also tomorrow. So we have some cast conflicts, so we can't do it the normal time next week. So we'll be doing a rerun next week of the episode that is in fact going to take place tomorrow. So if you're around tomorrow at the later time, 2 hours later than usual, it's 8 p.m. in the UK, noon California, basically 2 hours later than normal. The next episode of Mage will be tomorrow. If you're like, but I'm busy tomorrow, I planned on it being on next Saturday, that's fine. We'll be rerunning the episode on Saturday and you can catch it then. But if you would like to catch it earlier, it will be on tomorrow. So you can get a double dose of Mage goodness if you want. Right. Which means I will have played by Monday 4 RPGs in 4 days in only 2 campaigns because I'm double dipping on both of them. So, yeah, so there you go. Right. That's it. That's it for announcements. Shilling, Bentham, you take this.
We're doing some time made shenanigans. It's creeping in. But yeah, let's talk about how you can support Roll For It and let us do all the crazy things we do. We do multiple shows, and we have many people, and we like to pay those people. We also like to pay artists to make cool overlays like this one, and character art as well. Like, it's not on screen, but you know it. You've seen it. The character art, it's on the map and stuff. I guess I can show you the map. Wait, it's not there. You can see the tiny versions. There it is. Cool art. We like cool art. We like to make cool art about our shows, and it's cool. So we like to pay our artists for that as well. So there's lots of different things that need paying for to make these cool things happen, and you can allow us to do that by supporting us on Patreon. That is the main way that we fund all of our shows and all the things we do with all of our shows. You can support at a whole bunch of different tiers that give you a whole bunch of different rewards, including but not limited to MP3s of all of our shows. After shows that we record after every show, we talk about what happens in the show. Recently, they've been going an hour long for Mage. We might have to cut that down again because it's a lot, but you might get some more hour long ones by accident again. You can also get character sheets. You can get secret things from GMs, like extra campaign stuff like maps. As well as enemy character sheets and other behind-the-scenes plotting and planning, and occasionally you can vote in polls that will affect things in the sessions. You can also submit names for NPCs that will get randomly used throughout the shows. You can watch the monthly recaps where the admins talk about the events of the previous month, how things are going for Roll For It in general, all the shows. And of course, you can watch interviews of the players and GMs that we occasionally do, where we just sit someone down and ask them a bunch of questions submitted by the patrons. You can also take part in a once monthly game GM'd by a member of the Roll For It cast, which is just a private one-shot session that you get to be a part of. It's off camera. That we organize in the Discord, and also if you're super crazy, you can support. Oh, and right on time, Miyazilla is thanking Werewolf for doing a one shot with the Legends yesterday. That was beautiful timing, perfect. You can also, if you're super crazy, support us at Deity, at which point we run out of things that we can think of to give you, except a personal thank you video, which is basically just a mini after show where there is no topic. It's all tangents all the way down. You can also support us in other places too. You can do all of the Twitch things, of course. You can give us bits which appear in the cup, and you can try and fill that or empty that as you see fit. Right now we have a very flat line of bits. It's 1 bit deep the whole way, apart from on one end where there's 2 mini sub bits. But you could be the bit that sends everything flying, or that starts spinning violently throughout the episode, or that sits on the edge the whole time. Oh, there is one on the edge. Oh, is it going to get knocked
Jackson
off?
Decay
No, it's holding.
just dumping 10 gift subs in as well. So thank you, Jackson Decay.
That's going to mess things up.
Shenanigans. Oh, yep, the cup's going. Things are happening.
There's some physics. It's just.
Oh, they're all staying in so far.
Oh, there goes the one on the edge. It just got yeeted.
Oh.
There it is.
Oh, wow.
Okay,
that was quite a yeet.
You could be the bit that sits on the edge of the cup, or you could be the bit that kicks someone else off the edge of the cup, Spartan style. You can also give us... Oh, and there's a bunch of rips. You can also give us tips. They appear on the screen. We read them out at the end of the show to thank you for being awesome and supporting the episode. And, of course, you can subscribe on Twitch, which gives you emotes and badges and immediate access to the VODs, whereas normally we'd have to wait 24 hours for them to appear over on the YouTube. Or I guess maybe a week in the case of tomorrow's episode. I don't know how we're doing that.
I think it will be a week on that one.
Ah.
Because technically the air date's next week, technically, but you'll just see it early if you see it live.
You've got to catch it or be a sub, I see.
I mean, the rerun you don't have to be a sub for, right?
Well, yeah, but for the rerun, yeah. But if you want to get it in like a week early, you gotta be there or be subbed. But subs are cheaper because it's September. It's 20% off, so it's a good time for it. You can also support us on YouTube, of course, which gives you you can become a YouTube member, gives you emotes and badges as well. And being a YouTube member, Twitch subscriber, Patreon supporter, all give you access to our Discord where we can hang out with us and other fans of the show and theorize. A lot of theorizing to be done in the shows we've got at the moment about secret plots and what shenanigans are the I don't know about antagonists, probably antagonists, are up to. And there's a whole bunch of rooms in there about all the shows. There's RP rooms for all the shows as well as other rooms like the clip room, where you can submit clips and GIFs of the shows. We super appreciate when you hit the clip button, either on Twitch or on YouTube, and you send us amusingly named clips, because we will then try and use them in the announcement posts for our shows on Twitter and Facebook, and you can your clip could be the featured one in coming weeks. And occasionally we make compilations and things like that out of them as well. You can also support us just by being here, just by showing up. You're already helping us out immensely, because you make the numbers go up and the algorithms go burr, and the websites put us in places where it's easier for more people to find us and discover the cool stuff that we do. So we appreciate that as well, and it helps even more if you press all the buttons around the player that likes or follows or subscriptions, but not the monetary kind, because no one can decide on like standard terms across the internet, unfortunately. It's never gonna happen. You can you can share and other buttons as well, and of course you can also chat and comment, and we appreciate those as well. We try and read all the chats and all the comments that come through, because we want to hear from you and see what you're enjoying about the shows, and hear your theories so that we can combine them with our own and discover more things. There was recently a theory someone posted about Ascension, where like I read it and it was in like the Discord. I read it and was like, I think you got it. I think that's right. I didn't even think of that. Perfect. It's true.
You'll have to message me.
believe
I
it.
didn't know which one you're referring to, but
I can't actually remember off the top of my head, but it was one where I was just like, that makes all the sense.
okay.
But yeah, no, we like that because sometimes you think of stuff that we don't. But yeah, I think that's the stuff. I think I did it.
You wanna put people in the right boxes?
Wait, are they not? Oh god damn it! I swear I got this right before. There.
Simple move
It's
into.
off by one. It's off by one.
You were. Right, in which case, for a recap, who would like to do the recap? AD?
All right, I can do it. I'll try to get everything. There's a lot that happened, though. Okay.
Oh, a lot happened last episode, yeah.
Let me try to go through this. Okay, so we started the episode. I set up an appointment with the Technocracy at Costa, and there was some things going on with cars that all the trucks looked like black SUVs because Hassan did a little magic that did that. But guess who didn't show up to our coffee date? It was C-3PO and the Technocracy. And instead,
That's a good
Dr.
band
Hackett, what?
name. C-3PO and the Technocracy. Band
Yeah.
name.
I would follow that band. Dr. Hackett and I got into a fight, some might say, about how he thought I was the reason he died because he became Florence and slowly hulked out of Florence's body. Because for some reason he's in Florence's body now because he died during the last loop. And there was quite a bit of bickering, and Dr. Hassan was trying to keep us from making a public scene at Costa. And then we went back to Florence's, and we went, oh gosh, there's so much that happened. How do you say all this succinctly? I paid, Dr. Thresher tried to pay some of Florence's bills because since Dr. Hackett didn't exist, he wasn't a tenant of Florence's anymore and wasn't helping her pay her bills. So we went down to the old apartment that was Dr. Hackett's, but it was his old mentor's place, right? Like still left kind of like his old mentor's place.
Yeah, like the timeline had just changed so that he had never showed up and his mentor had still died around the same time, but had more books this time around.
More books and a secret brick wall that was kind of like a safe that Dr. Hackett was able to get a magical sword out of, and a book that maybe will help us. What was the title of the book? I can't remember.
Oh, it's like an original language edition of the book, the Kitab al-Asir, which is the book of etheric science, which is basically the basis for the Sons of Ether thing.
And that's what Dr. Hassan has been translating for most on and off for the rest of the episode. We went to Aylin's after that. I also got in trouble with Florence's grandson when I went to go get some sensible clothing from upstairs, and he called the cops. So I had to make a quick exit while trying to force him to be very sad. And the two of them, I gave them a text warning, and they got some books, gathered some things, and jumped out of the old apartment. And we all went to Aylin's and we theorized. And man, I don't know. Does anybody want to take over the theory, like what we did? Because I know we each had a piece in that.
Hackett proposed the idea that it was that what we were seeing crashing every night was a technocracy laboratory that had been knocked out of orbit and probably had something planet-ending on board that needed to be contained and no longer was, and that's why the technocracy had set up a containment field in advance, and that had both the spatial and temporal element, and they keep trying to probably like capture or like, you know, package the thing for like further experimentation, and probably we should just go and blow it up.
I was noticing theories of, or like things matching up or things changing in each loop, like people fitting out, just slight differences throughout the loops that don't seem to check out. And for the most part, I think that's what I've noticed. And I know that we were going to Oldfield Heath. I know that Dr. Hassan had some thoughts too.
Yes. Hassan's thoughts range around his previous experience with the technocracy. We learned that he was specifically part of the Special Neutralization Specialist Corps. So, space monsters. There is space, and there are monsters within space. And dealing with space monsters is a thing the technocracy does. When they encroach upon Earth, usually something is designed to blow them out. There were several lights that night. We learned that they happened in the very first loop because Hassan remembered a phone call he got from his husband. Basically, Hassan thinks that there is some sort of space anomaly arriving upon Earth. The technocracy failed to blow it out of the sky, and so now they're trying to come and clean it up once it lands. Of course, we won't know for sure until, oh no, we arrive. Oops.
Yeah, we get to Oldfield Heath, and the thing's fallen from the sky, and the last thing we all remember is being blown off of our feet. So we don't know if we're dead or not, starting today's episode.
Okay. And that takes us up to date. So, with that, perfect. As you look up, you see a mote of light beginning to get bigger and closer as it moves slightly across the sky, but seems to be coming directly at you. Several other motes of light wink into existence and pass by it before winking out of existence shortly after. And as it gets closer, it becomes the sole light as it falls just in front of you with a loud explosion. I would like you all to make me dexterity athletics rolls. Like a plain dodge. Two, and pressure. Two.
Two's all around.
As you're all knocked to the ground, you can pick yourself up, dust yourselves off, and as you look, there is earth pushed out in a bit of a trench. Bits are steaming nearby, obviously like subject to an intense heat or force. And you can hear the patter of bits of metal and stone around you. None of you are hit by flying debris, though, being relatively lucky.
Is this what you saw?
Yep, this it's not as close, but yes.
I should approach it first.
Okay.
Should we have brought a hazmat suit or gone shopping for one?
I get the feeling it won't make a difference, but I have slightly less to lose at this point.
Like I said,
Sideways glance to Thresher.
Yeah, and you hear me sigh very loudly.
Hassan's not noticing. He's too busy looking around. Like I said, let the technocracy worry about infections. We don't perceive things the same way. It shouldn't affect us like that. But
There's
it could
no
affect us
guarantee.
somewhere else.
Death still has its consequences. And I'm gonna start taking
Holy
some...
crap. Hassan, what? What is this? You hear from behind you.
Elin.
Oh, this is so cold. Is this like a meteor or something?
Okay, can I do an insight check?
Yeah, sure. As you notice behind you, kind of stepping through the hedgerow, wide-eyed, is the form of Elin, your friend from Costa Coffee.
3 successes. I'm just gonna straight up ask. Is Elin spying on us? Or does she seem like she came across us rather randomly?
They seem like... You remember them saying, oh, I got held up with the astronomy club, I'm heading back now. Yeah. They got back about now, and were well close enough to see the light coming down.
Which means they probably saw it the first night too. Oh no. Elin got kidnapped by the technocracy that night. I'm just assuming. Anyway, I have no idea what it is.
Well, meteors can be valuable. We could have a look. It would be interesting. It could also
Heck.
be space monster.
Hackett is ignoring this because there's no time to faff around. He's approaching
Okay.
this thing cautiously, with
Okay.
equipment at the ready, to see if anything bursts out of it.
Okay. As you cautiously approach, stepping one foot forwards after the other, going through the mud and the kind of, it's about ankle deep water over Elfield Heath, you make your way towards where the earth has been pushed up and something is half sunk in. Bits are steaming nearby. You pass a couple of like twisted, burned bits of metal that are still kind of hissing as they're in half submerged in the water. And as you make your way up to the lip, you look down, you see something that looks blackened and twisted. It is seemingly made of metal, but made of several boxes, a few shapes attached, and almost like small, like gantries of girders, but much smaller, but all kind of twisted, almost like this thing has gone through immense force and pressure. It's half embedded in the ground.
I'm going to matter sense to work out what this thing is made of and get a better idea of the composition, sands, dirt, and soot and everything.
Okay. Give me a matter plus wits. Your friends who were having the problem earlier.
I'll chuck life in there as well to see if anything is living in the area.
Okay, make me a life one as well because you've got a different matter in life now.
Okay.
Your friend from earlier.
Ugh. 2 on the matter, 1 on the life. Not the best.
He's a rather big man. Is he going to be okay getting through the heath? It is quite deep and can be very like.
He's a lot more dexterous than he looks.
I hear sometimes people go in there and don't come out.
Probably true. Great place to hide something.
With 1 life.
Hmm?
There's nothing alive on it.
Interesting.
Not even microbes.
Can I, from a distance, try to get a sense if there's any mind or entropy coming off of it?
You would have to be a bit closer, but
I'll notice that Dr. San is now, away, taken up with something else, and no one can stop me from walking forward. I'm going to take a few steps towards, I want to see what this thing is that I got hogtied for. So I'm going to start walking closer to it.
Okay.
Keeping an eye on Hassan to make sure that, he doesn't stop me.
So you start walking forwards and hack it with 2 on your matter roll. As you kind of look down at it and focus, feeling out what it's made of. It mostly seems to be made of kind of mundane alloys, but something is different. You can feel that under it all, it's interwoven in a strange pattern. Which is all I can tell you with a wits roll on short notice with 2 successes. But someone's gone through and strengthened bits of it with like a very fine pattern of some sort of titanium alloy or something. Something you initially at a glance are like, I recognize the elements, but that's an alloy that is only theoretical.
What about the shape? Can I get more about the shape with the matter sense?
Yeah. Exactly as you kind of expect. It appears to be kind of several boxes of burnt out computing components, all of which are very fused, containing mostly silicon. Bits of metal, like arms seemingly attached to it. An arm is in like not an actual like elbow joint and everything, but like a metal pole or whatever. A little kind of like almost like tiny little electricity pylon kind of extrusions have been warped and twisted. There also appear to be several like sensors of quite complex design, which you would recognize because of obviously your specialty and your high academics and science. make me an intelligence academics. No, intelligence science.
All right. Presumably this isn't a chemistry specific
No,
thing.
it is not.
3.
Do you wish to willpower any of those 3 fails?
No.
Okay. You would say it appears to be a satellite or something. The design is not aerodynamic, but it should have probably burned upon re-entry, which maybe that kind of reinforcing element throughout it has prevented. Maybe. But it appears to have been a satellite of some kind. Something like that. The internal mess would probably not be a new satellite. It's kind of big and boxy.
I attempt to use matter to bend one of the pieces that is made of the unusual alloy.
Okay. Attempt your roll.
While I'm listening to Elin, can I extend correspondence to try and map out the area, figure out how far the debris field goes?
Correspondence would tell you exact positions and stuff, but you wouldn't know what is debris and where it stops without another sphere. Correspondence can give you exact positional data, but it wouldn't tell you what is positioned where. Like, it would tell you how far to something you can see already.
All right. Do you can you at least get a sort of mental map of the area?
Sure. Yeah. Correspondence with. And matter, a ret, 2 successes. Okay. Elin is there. Okay. Elin is there, so this is vulgar with witnesses as one of the pylon type things starts going untwists and kind of lengthens out. Roll your 2 paradox die.
Alright. Oh, that's 12. Ignore that.
That would be a lot of
I
paradox.
highlighted the 1 and hit 2, and it added the 2. I swear. Okay, 1.
Okay. And with 4 on a critical, Hassan, yeah, you can kind of feel that most of the area it's landed in is kind of flat, open, probably water, with obviously bits of grass and soil and a bit of an embankment towards where you are. It looks like, judging by kind of the impact crater, the crater is lopsided, almost like trenched a little bit. The actual crater itself is probably about 6 meters across, and the actual trench probably runs in the region of 12 meters. With debris landing around. You can't tell exactly how far the debris will extend, but you know that it extends for quite a distance.
Can I tell if the thing arrived on an angle or if it went straight down?
It definitely came as an angle, that's why it's trenched. Yeah.
Right. Did that just move?
That was me. There's nothing much of interest about it apart from that there's one unusual alloy involved. I thought maybe it might be resistant to manipulation of its ether, but no, it can be moved like any other part. There's nothing
Aging,
alive in there.
You can roll your mind and entropy. You're both 2 in them, aren't you?
Yes.
Whichever one you roll will count for both.
Okay. And I gotta do -1 for subtle avatar.
No, subtle avatar only applies to a ret rolls. This is a sphere width, so you don't get the negative.
Okay.
Huh.
I'll just
By the way,
quickly
can I-
walk up behind Hackett because, he's just like, oh, it's just an alloy, so I'm just gonna quickly walk up behind you. 2 success.
2. Do you wish to willpower the 2 fails?
No.
Okay.
My 4 successes also count for a force wits roll. I should have asked.
Your correspondence is the same as your force, right?
Now it is, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we'll get to that in a sec. 2. No mind in there, but there's a trace of something But no mind. But there's something odd about the entropy of it. There is something odd.
It's probably not smart to touch this thing, right?
I would say no.
Is this,
With forces,
does Thrasher say this?
Yeah, I would probably say it out loud and start like reaching for it.
I wouldn't advise it. If nothing else, it's going to be very hot.
There's something chaotic about it. I don't know what though.
All right.
with forces combined with correspondence, you can effectively get like an infrared lay of the land. You can tell exactly where all the bits of debris are because they're hotter than the surrounding environment. So yeah, you can kind of sense all the bits of debris around you. They do cover this field. A few of them are outside, but the majority are pretty close in. It looks like there was only kind of any sort of breakup pretty low, and most of it seemed to be on impact bouncing. So everything is actually pretty close. Everything is inside this field. Typically anything spacebound coming in or even like, you know, on a big trajectory would scatter everywhere, but everything's pretty much in this field.
Interesting.
Other than that, forces would tell you that there's like batteries and stuff shorting out inside it. And a very faint, like, broken radio signal that's just kind of petering out.
For chat, if you could rate how hot it is from like 2 merit, like a 2 dot merit to a 4 dot merit, you know, how hot is, I'm joking. It's definitely radiating, like, is it safe to touch?
No, probably not.
Yeah, I'd probably really not touch it. It's
Do you
giving
think
off a radio
this-
signal.
So if it's giving, so it's like, what was this beforehand? If it came out, I thought it was going to be something like a fancy rock. It's like a piece of metal.
It seems
Probably
like
satellite.
it's, yeah, an older sort of design.
I need you all to make me wits perception rolls.
Wits awareness, got it.
That's the one.
I got you.
I completely fail.
Oh,
I'm gonna spend a point of willpower to re-roll those 3 blanks. Okay, 4 successes.
Okay, so 2, 4, 2, 0, and 0 with an instability. Okay. Everyone except for Hackett hears the sound of a vehicle accelerating hard towards this field from one of the nearby roads. Hackett specifically, not Hackett, sorry, Hassan specifically, it sounds like a deeper engine, a much heavier vehicle. Obviously, your mind jumps to the SUV, and it would match that. If it was one of the Technocracy SUVs, this is probably what it would sound like. It would be armored, it would be running heavy, and it would have a bigger souped-up engine. And this is kind of a deep, throaty bellow of an engine that's getting closer. Hackett, however, there is no such thing as an SUV. The thing in front of you takes your obsession. This is interesting. This is science. This has some sort of advanced alloy which might have secrets of the ether running throughout it. Distractions, your brain shuts them out. Your avatar refuses to accept them. There is no such thing as an SUV about to interrupt you.
Could I bend the light to hide the debris from view?
So bear in mind, bending light does require a lot of like trickery and carefulness, but it is possible to be done. The main bulk of it, yes, but it is a large area.
It is a whole ass field that's giving off a
Yeah.
radio
The bits
signal.
in the field as well, that would be a lot more. And if you make an entire field bend light around it, then it will look very strange. But you can do it for like the main mass and see if they notice, if you wish.
If I do it for the main mass, they're still going to know that it's here, right? Mm-hmm. We need to hide. Something's coming. Give me a second.
It's probably the trucks that came the last time.
Which is why you should hide. Take Elin.
Should have
Okay,
grabbed
what about-
What is going on? Why are we hiding?
Just go.
Hackett, what are you doing? They're coming.
Maybe if we could get one of the smaller pieces.
What pieces of what? You didn't tell us what you saw.
Elin, please.
What if it is like something really important or valuable?
Yes, I know, but there's an SUV coming and it's dangerous. Please. Trust me.
Okay.
I close my eyes and I start repeating, what would work with this? Al-Wajid. And I'm going to hide the main mass from view as best as I can.
Okay.
God, I hope this works.
So, is everyone stealthing?
I would take Elin and try to find some cover that we can watch from a distance, because I want to see what happens, but hopefully be out of view.
Hackett definitely lingers for a moment, but when everyone else starts piecing out, he's like, oh, okay, fine.
And Hassan, you're stealthing and casting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Casting
Everyone
first, stealthing later.
Yeah, make me a dex stealth to begin with. Because everyone's doing that once, and Elin gets 3 successes.
Oh, I got one.
I only have 2 dice for this. He's not good at stealthing. 1.
Okay.
That makes
Everyone,
sense.
please just bear in mind your thresholds. Okay, and then you want to try and hide the main mass. I will deem the main mass to be about the size of a car. So let's have a look at... So you want to hide it for the scene, so that's a +1 modifier. And you want to hide... area. Where's the area table? Area, here we go. Car size, +1. Okay. So 2 successes is needed just to be able to affect anything, and then each success beyond that implies a -2 penalty on anyone looking for it. So you want 3
Okay.
successes to have any effect.
I only have 4 dice to this. It should be fine, right? Forces Arrest. No modifiers. 2 successes. I'm going to channel as much of my belief in the powers to change the world. My belief in God to try and re-roll that 1 blank.
Okay.
Come on. 1 success. Just give me 1. Damn it.
Oh.
Oh.
For a moment, it flickers, and you can kind of see a very faint, like, halo around it. Just the edge of a bubble where the light is being refracted, but it's not enough to actually stop you seeing it. And you can just choose to drop it. It's just an interesting effect rather than really having any negatives to any dice pools.
I mean, it could make a good distraction, so he'll keep it up.
You can always recast. Bear in mind you cast this in front of Elin, so please make a vulgar roll. 2 dice.
Vulgar roll with 2 dice. Okay. Roll for
Paradox.
paradox. Yep.
No change. If you want, you can just drop and cast again.
Yeah, I'm going to drop and cast again.
Okay.
But this is going to be the last time I do it. Bloody hell.
Yeah. Okay.
One more reroll. One more reroll.
Okay, you can roll 2 dice on that.
If I get a 10, that's 3.
2. Again, the
Oh, that's
halo
2.
appears again in front of Elin. Roll 2 dice.
Yeah.
And with that, you hear the sound of the SUV pulling up right on the other side of the hedge. You gain 1 paradox.
Mm-hmm.
You hear the sound of doors opening, slam closed, of pistols. And then the sound of something going... second one. And then, through the hedge, two individuals. You recognize the armor. It's the matte black, vaguely militaristic-looking armor. But no symbols attached. No patches. Seems like the same guys who claim to be police, diplomatic protection. We've encountered before. But they're not holding assault rifles. They're holding something bigger. And you can see a faint LED indicator on the side with what appears to be like a bar indicating some sort of charge.
Damn it.
One of them, as they get through the hedge, sweeps around. The other one paces a few paces forwards, gets low, and does their own check.
Can I roll to see what kind of gun this is or what it does?
Intelligence science.
Genetics, I imagine, has no bearing here.
No.
That's one success.
No idea. Anyone else is welcome to make the roll.
Sure.
I think I might try to influence the chance that they will not scan our part of the bush that Elin and I are in.
Oh, I got a crit. That's 7.
Okay.
Nerd.
Okay, I can tell you that. Okay, if you want to try and do that, the problem is it's only like a basic probability. Like, the chance that they will scan is not a chance that is basic. It is probably ingrained into their training, so it would have to be a very complex one. So probably tier 3.
Like not even like a little bit, like maybe it just malfunctions at that one moment.
2 is more like changing the odds of dice.
How about this? I want to increase the probability that he might trip over a rock and his hand shakes a little bit or something when he's scanning.
Okay, you could do that. It is difficult ground, and it might like give a small dice pool penalty. Yeah, give it a try. This is entropy only. You're not using mind for this, right?
Yeah, just entropy.
Okay. Give it a go. You've only got 3 dice.
And a -1.
I'll probably be looking for the scene, because they're looking for the scene effectively, and 1 individual, so 2 successes, and then beyond that would decrease the dice pool.
1.
No. Nothing happens, so Elin does not catch on, so there's no paradox being caused, but she is looking very strangely at both you and Hassan, having repeatedly done some sort of mumbo jumbo. Okay.
I just look like I'm praying. I don't know what you're talking about. God, 7 successes. That's impressive.
This is better give me some good stuff. Oh god,
For fuck's sake.
Just rolled a 7 on awareness.
Okay.
Critical too.
Hackett. As you see the gun, that looks like some sort of magnetic containment device being used in place of normally what would be a magazine. It has an electric charge attached and some sort of projector at the end where like the barrel would normally be. I guess this is, I mean, in theory, it's a plasma rifle of some kind. That's sounds like technocracy.
They're bringing the big guns for this. What are they expecting to find?
And as you say that, they both kind of look round, clocking you. You can see kind of like a very faint green haze over where their eyes are, hidden by the kind of visor. Contact! Get down! Declare yourselves! Who are you?
Ah, fuck. I just flat on my face. Like, hands out. I'm like, I'm not doing this again.
Does anyone not immediately do that?
I do have a cane and knee deep in water, so I just raise up my hands above my head. One is holding the cane above my head, but I'm not going down.
Do they see us?
Yes.
Like,
all of
oh,
you.
I'm at.
They got 7 successes. I'm sorry.
I know. Reluctantly, I don't put my hands up or anything like that. I just step out and give them a dirty look.
Hands up, last chance.
As I put my hands up, I'm going to flip them off and put my hands up with like my fingers in the air at them.
Okay.
Roll for
You don't seem to have a complaint about that. Elin. What the fuck? Harsan.
Just do what they ask.
Elin kind of like steps forward, his hands up, kind of kneels down. Two other individuals come through the hedge, both whom are in normal suits, but with quickly thrown on flak vests of some kind. Both of whom now have submachine guns and are aiming at you. The two individuals with the bigger rifles pull them, swing away from you, and head back towards the thing that crashed. But you are now being covered by two individuals with submachine guns. Who are you? What are you doing here?
Can I? They might yell at me, but I want to try to sense the emotion of the one who is aiming at me.
Okay. Sure. Mind and wits.
Okay. I want to see if he's afraid. I want to see if he's just like going about his business. I want to see if there's something deeper to this. I got 1.
Okay. And an instability. Let me check something.
Oh, Christ.
Good lord.
Yep. You get 0 successes, so you fail. With an instability. You
There's only one
fail
sleeping
to
in the
read the mind. You try and lock on, you try and focus, but it's almost like using a high-powered magnet and trying to hit it with another magnet. It just keeps deflecting. You feel every time you try and get an actual lock on this person who's aiming at you, it just veers away. It begins to piss you off. And next to you is Elin, whose mind is much more open. You have to act callously and take your side effects out on sleepers nearby. The only sleeper is Elin. So how will you callously take out your failure on Elin?
Right. Elin is next to me, right? I'm gonna get pissed off and I'm gonna say, "You're blocking it," and I push her.
Okay. And as you subtly push her, I need you to make a... I guess this would kind of fall under sleight of hand. So larceny or athletics. But athletics is a bit more obvious. And then strength or dexterity.
All right, I'll do athletics and dex. 1.
Okay.
At least that's not another instability.
Okay. So the catch, it was you pushing. I think they have to make a composure firearms roll to hold fire at the provocative action. And I'm gonna say DC of 2. No, it's tense, DC 3.
Wait. Oh god. Oh my god.
One of them, you see the gun twitch. The finger pulls a fraction on the trigger. Told you to stay still. Do not move.
All right. I'm sorry.
I think my back's to Thresher.
Yeah, you're further forwards.
I look at one of them and plainly ask, do you mind telling me what just happened?
I don't think now's the time to talk.
Quiet! Both of you. One of the ones with the rifles now properly up at the lip of the crater. Here!
Careful, it's hot to the touch.
Who are you?
Let's start with who you are. Please. I don't mind rolling charisma check for that. Charisma persuasion, maybe?
Yeah. Persuasion.
Doubt it'll work, but, you know, why not? One success.
One success is enough. Military police. We had an unauthorized crash landing of a foreign satellite. We need to clear the area and make sure it hasn't split for containment.
We can
Mind
leave.
letting-
You might be contaminated. It's powered by a radioisotope generator.
Okay, well then can you just scan us and let us go? I mean, we saw something come
Hazmat
from
team is en route.
The moment Thresher agrees to be scanned, I give her the dirtiest look.
You just kind of like over your shoulder. I said hold still.
I remember the story about what happened the last time you were scanned. Do you mind if we at least walk over there as a group and not stay right where we are?
We'll be
Get out of the
moving
field?
you as soon as we can. Stay where you are.
Do you mind if I at least put my cane on the ground and lean on it?
Persuasion, charisma.
Okay. Not stamina. Whoops. The success moved this time, but it's still the one.
Stay exactly where you are. Stay still.
Well, if you leave us standing here, aren't we getting exposed to it more? Like, shouldn't we move away from it because we're right
Less
next to it?
questions.
So I'm going to ask you a question. So if we get contaminated by this and it could be your fault, do you really want that on your record?
Make
What's
a
gonna hurt if we
persuasion, charisma.
Okay.
Can I take
Or
a quick glance
manipulation persuasion if you want.
Can I take a quick glance
Manipulation?
at Hackett to see if he's all right?
Yeah. As you looked over at Teresa, Hackett wasn't quite as far back as Teresa. You could see that he's just standing there. No, felt he went down on the ground. You could.
I went on
he's
the
in
ground. I wanted to make sure that if anything happened and any bullets started flying, they would fly over me, and not into me.
Yeah.
You said persuasion manipulation?
Or charisma persuasion, whichever you prefer.
Okay. I'm going to do manipulation, persuasion, or success.
Jeez.
Are you four? Slow file. Follow me.
And the two who are not fully armed, just with the submachine guns and ballistic vests, one of them goes in front and slowly leads you to the edge of the field next to the SUV out through the hedge, the other following from the back. Hassan, what are these going on? Who are these people? They said
said
something
they
about
were-
being in military?
They said that, didn't they?
Quiet.
Quiet.
Do you mind if I just sit down on the side of the road?
I want you to all sit down, cross-legged, facing the SUV.
I'll sit down very reluctantly, but I don't want to become somebody else, so I'm just going to sit down and
Same here. I leave one leg, my bad leg out, so it doesn't cramp up on me.
Not knowing that there is an SUV, I simply follow everyone else's lead as to where they're facing when they're cross-legged.
To the what SUV?
Yeah. As you look forwards, there's no SUV here. You just see a hedge. They then proceed to bind all of you with plastic cable cuffs, one by one. Anyone trying to do anything?
Yes. I want to try, like, when they're doing it. Are they zip ties? Is that what it is?
Yeah, they're heavy duty zip ties, but they are zip ties.
I want to try to, like, when they're tightening it, quickly and hopefully stealthily pull my hands up so that it gets tighter around a thicker part of my hand and not my wrist.
That sounds like a dex larceny.
Didn't take anything in larceny, but maybe this is my moment. 1 success.
Can I do the same?
Well, let's find out what happens with this first.
Three successes.
As you do that, it tightens higher up.
Try that again. And I'll have you rendered unconscious.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not used to being tied up. What are you talking about?
Make a persuasion manipulation. No, a subterfuge manipulation roll. Sorry.
2. My rolls today. I'm scared.
You got willpower, mate. Use it.
I know. I just.
2.
Tie.
Yeah, I'm gonna use willpower.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Jeez, why do our willpower rolls never do that?
Katie,
Yeah.
you feel something metal against the back of your neck, and suddenly
Oh no. No.
you take 4 points of superficial damage as the electric current flows into you.
You tased me.
I just tased you again.
I get tased, and all you hear is just, fuck, you and your tasers. And I just stop moving, trying anything, and it's almost like I've channeled a meditative state of don't do anything.
I'm gonna spend willpower. 4.
Did she just say what I thought she said?
Oh,
You and your tasers. She's been through the loop before. Take them in.
You feel a prick at the back of your neck. Katie, make me a stamina resolve roll.
Every bloody loop.
Every time.
Every
Hey,
single one.
do they not? Okay, in a lawyery way,
Okay.
I just got tased. Wouldn't they just think about, oh, well, she just got her brain all jumbled. Maybe
Yeah.
she doesn't.
That's
Damn it.
why I wanted an insight wits roll with a DC of 3 or more from them.
I got 4 success.
You maintain consciousness as the drug works through your system. What do? Do you just stay there stoically, or do you pretend to pass out, or?
This time I pretend to pass out. Because
Okay.
I am just not, I'm not looking to.
Manipulation performance.
God, okay.
Holy shit, what is going on?
I'm spending I'm gonna spend
You
willpower
can roll
on
3
this.
dice.
I just whisper back to Elin, I have no bloody clue.
3.
What?
Oh,
Th-
4.
wait, there it is.
Oh.
There's our bloomin' triple
Finally.
rolls. They're all coming through now.
And I got 3 versus your 4.
Ah.
One of them nods.
Team of 3 minutes out. We'll go with her as priority.
Hassan, they go to cuff you. Do you try the same thing?
Yeah, I'll do the larceny check.
Okay. Larceny dex.
Would I get a bonus considering I've gotten training like this before?
No, the training is represented by your skills.
What about
Yeah. Oh, bloody hell.
a
Willpower.
bonus because
tired.
I'm distracting them?
I'm considering that outweighing the bonus they would have to being forewarned that you guys would try this.
3
Okay.
3
successes.
with the willpower. Okay. 1. Yeah, you manage it. They're too preoccupied looking at Thresher, and they kind of just put the cable ties on, quickly going through. They get to Elin, who has been told to just go with it, so she will. She gets cable tied. And they get to Hackett. Are you going with it? Or are you going to try and resist?
Hackett just lets them put the cuffs on.
Okay.
You got him. I'll go bring the team in. We need to lock down the area immediately. Agreed. These lot could be useful.
One of them walks out of your line of sight. You can hear the other one pacing behind you, though.
Hackett just continues to not say a word. He doesn't want to make anything worse.
I just kind of like gently tap Elan's knee with my own, and say, "I'm sure it's probably just some big misunderstanding. It'll be all right."
Manipulation subterfuge.
Do I have to really roll for it?
Name in the game.
Threshold is low. She's your friend. She'll accept it.
Elan is an ally, technically. Could I get a +1 modifier to this?
That's why the threshold is very low. No, it's just the threshold will be really low.
Okay. It still is an impeccable.
I was looking for a
loss.
1. You get a 1. It's fine. She looks skeptically at you, but they accept it.
I look at them.
Does anyone...
I'm just gonna pretend to be out. I've already been tased. I already couldn't sense someone's emotions. I'm just gonna ride out the... By being conscious, I still feel like I've won a little bit, but I'm just gonna not do anything.
Okay.
Hackett down there, you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. What's all this about? That thing looked like a satellite. Shouldn't it have burned up? That kind of size?
You would think so, yes.
I'm not a scientist, sir, but maybe. Radioisotopes on board are dangerous, however, it might have contaminated surroundings. With that,
You hear the sound of multiple heavy engines approaching down the road.
Is that my ride? I joke.
we will be testing you and making sure that you are clean, and if not, we'll be doing our thorough best to decontaminate you and put you through any medical care you might need before we can ascertain anything further. Do not worry, you're in safe hands.
Oh, I'm sure we are.
God crap. Okay. Is anyone going to resist during this process?
Can we cast anything or no? With our hands
You
being
can.
tied?
Your hands are tied, but that will negate one of your focuses if your focus involves you casting using your hands. So you get -1. Hassan's hands are only tied so long as he chooses them to be.
Could I
Okay, I'm
surreptitiously remove myself and then put myself back in the cuffs?
You can try doing that. They are kind of looking at you from behind, so your hands are kind of visible. But as the car kind of approaches, you could try. It might be difficult, though. If you'll do that later on, you probably would be better off.
Yeah.
Okay. So, one by one, you are stood up. You are black hooded, and you are taken and placed in the back of what sounds like a van.
When the hoods come on, I'm definitely gonna be like, well, what's with the hoods? Isn't this just some kind of medical check?
You're going to a top secret facility, and I'm afraid that, due to confidential nature of it, we can't tell you the route.
So just put a Geiger counter to me or something.
We are doing that, sir.
I meant without the... Okay, fine.
You
I
can
imagine
all
they've
make-
already put the hood on.
Oh, yeah. With wits awareness checks, you can all continue to kind of hear what you can hear in the surroundings as this is happening. In Katie's case, they are going to pick her up bodily and put her in a separate location.
I'm gonna make myself as heavy as possible. You know how like you can kind of completely.
I mean, you are playing dead, so that is
I
pretty
know.
heavy. Yeah.
But I want to make it so that it seems harder to move me.
Do you wish to do that, or do you wish to play dead? Because that would kind of counteract.
Fine, I'll just play dead,
Okay. Feel free to all make wits awareness rolls,
including me.
including you. You're still awake.
Okay.
Your DC will be lower because they're going to be less worried about making, certain conversations around you. Messy critical on Thresher. Oh.
Damn.
Oh, I love it. She wakes
this-
up and just stabs a guy with a pencil. Hassan got 2.
2 from
Hackett
me.
got 2. Okay, Hassan and Hackett. You hear mention of an entity. You hear mention of someone called Winterbear should be on site. But it's in the tone of Winterbear should be on site already. However, Thresher. Oh, Thresher. Oh, quiet effects. Messy success. They become unresponsive and do not process no morbid. There we go. A side effect. Your callousness comes to the fore. Attempting to knock out an enemy kills them. Taking a drive shortcut cuts pedestrians off on the pavement. Mess involves an unwilling donor. How would hearing them cause callousness to come to the fore? I'll tell you what you hear first.
Okay.
Initial suggests there's no sign of the entity here. How could that be? When it entered our jurisdiction, it was... I don't know. There's no sign of it on there. No, protection on our dimensional science devices. At all. I don't know, I'm not the expert. Winterbear's meant to be here. Fuck is that guy?
I would hear this and just get frustrated that these are the most inept people I've ever encountered, and that they've set up this loop that has ruined my life, and I'm getting a little sick of it. And that they're talking about this winter bear and they don't know who it is. I'm assuming they don't remember interrogating me the last few days, and their methods are making this very difficult so that I can figure this out.
Okay.
The entity was definitely in control. Our tracking stations in the asteroid belt confirm that. How is it not here?
How does your callousness come to the fore?
I'm
You just
trying to
start
think.
mouthing off at them.
I'm trying to think if there's something I can do that won't give up that I'm still awake. Though Thresher's very impulsive and doesn't always think the clearest. I think
Can I offer you some things?
if you'd like, I'm
I mean, you're
looking at-
playing dead, and one of the guys that's got you is in like full body armor and has some grenades. You
Oh,
might be able to
good.
pull a pin out.
I also know that I have information that I could turn into somebody else if the loop doesn't set properly. And I'm not sure that I'm a little too involved in myself to blow myself up in the process.
Oh yeah.
You've got resources 3.
So I know I have a bag over my head now, right?
Oh no, they wouldn't have bagged you yet because bagging you is not a priority because you're meant to be unconscious.
My hands are still tied, or did they untie them?
They're tied, but higher up, just like Hassan's, because they never adjusted them because you went unconscious.
All right. Thinking in terms of like maybe doing the grenade thing, would I be able to just accidentally bump the taser and set it off on the leg of one of the people carrying me?
Might be difficult, but you could certainly try. It is like, oh, freak accident, you accidentally hit the safety on the gun and pulled the trigger. It's unlikely.
I'm trying to just like throw my hands around like, oh, I'm being tossed around on the walk back to wherever they're taking me, and probably crudely, but trying to hit the things on the taser to set it off on one of these men carrying me.
Okay. Sure. Make me a dex larceny roll. Again, this is dex larceny. This is doing something with your hands while you're kind of pretending to be something else.
Would it be stealth?
Stealth is kind of choosing to act stealthily. This is kind of like a hidden action while you're trying to do something else. This is misdirection, so probably dex larceny, I'm afraid.
I'm gonna spend a willpower.
You can't.
I can't?
It's a quiet dice. You can't use willpower on quiet dice.
Okay.
Roll. So you hit the taser, and it arcs electricity into this one guy. You can see him kind of twitch, but it does seem to mostly hit the body armor, scorching the side of it. And they look down at you with shock and surprise. Feel free to make me a manipulation performance roll again.
All right. 3.
You can willpower 3 of those if you want. The DC is 5, though.
This one feels important, so I'm gonna do that. I got 1.
She's still awake. She could be a blank body or something. Just give her a kick.
Are you going to attempt to defend yourself?
No, I would like to try to hold in any reaction as best as I can and just take the kick as if I'm still knocked out.
Yeah. You take 2 points of superficial damage as the kick connects with your ribs.
Okay.
And then make a stamina performance roll to not react to the pain.
Stamina performance.
Yeah.
That's a new one.
I was looking for the DC, the damage, +1, so 3. As you kind of, like, you let out the wind that you normally would do with being kicked in the torso, but you don't, like, cry out, you don't, like, gasp.
Whatever, just chuck her in the van, be done with this.
Instead, they actually then just take you to the back of the van where everyone else is sitting, and then they bag you just in case and throw you on the floor. You kind of collapse heavily on the metal floor of the van.
Did any of them see me get kicked? Oh, I guess they have
No.
bags on their head.
They have
No,
bags,
so nobody
they're in the
knows
van.
that.
We
All right.
probably hear the boomf.
Ugh.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Actually,
Hassan
with
Hackett
your
just-
2 awareness, you probably don't.
Yeah, and so I already
mean-
had 4 superficial, and then I took the 2.
Yes.
So I'm over superficial
Oh.
then.
So they.
You are knocked out.
Yeah, I'm knocked out now.
Yeah,
So the
that's-
kick did actually knock
That'll
you
do the
out.
trick.
But
Okay.
I performed pretty well.
How much is your HP
pretend that I
tracker?
was-
Is it 5 or 6?
It's 5.
Oh, so you've actually got a point of physical
Yeah.
lethal. Is it? Yeah, alright, broke a rib then as the kick
Yeah.
connects.
Ooh, crunch.
Yeah.
Crunchy.
You
ribs.
would have heard that with your 2 then in the van. You would have heard a metal boot colliding with the side of a rib cage and a crack.
If I'm to describe both Hassan's, and I'm assuming Hackett's reaction, it is silently rolling our eyes while thinking, what did Thresher do this time?
Meanwhile, she's getting the shit kicked out of her all the time. I didn't do anything. This time I just kind of wrong place, wrong time.
It's true. I mean, to be fair, that's a lot of your life right now.
Very true.
Okay.
Can I
The van
do,
begins to move off. Yeah.
as the van begins to move, can I do a correspondence aware, like wits roll to see if I can track where we're going?
You may indeed.
Two successes.
They're going to attempt to counter this effectively. They are doing a bit of a weird drive, but they're going to have a negative on the dice pool because it's very hard to counter what you can do.
Mm-hmm.
They drive the wit to a modifier of... Yeah, so they get 1 success. You are exactly aware. They are taking a bit of a weird route. Going to throw off any kind of attempt to kind of guess from sounds or whatever, or bumps on the road. But, yeah. You start over here at Oldfield Heath on the map. And as you probably expect, you go up. Mind Evolution. Up here. Up here. Across here. Down. 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 And you end up in Webley South Transport Depot. As the van comes to a stop.
While we're going, I do it. Can I do a life wits to check if, if there's anyone in this part of the van with us, or if it's just like drivers?
Yeah.
My 2 successes would have technically forces if giving off body heat.
I got 2.
Okay. So with both life and forces, I can give you a bit of stuff. Forces, Hassan, there's someone on the floor. There's you and Hackett next to each other, and there's Elin across from you. There's also up at the partition end, away from the doors, 2 other people. Both of whom are in body armor. Actually, both of whom would be in like vest body armor thrown over the top, but not full body armor. Hackett. There is Elin, there is you, there is Hassan, there is Thrasher with a broken rib, and taser burns, and some sort of drug in her system. And then there are 2 individuals up at the other end that you don't recognize.
I'm assuming while the drive is happening, I'm going to whisper to Hackett. We're heading towards the transport depot. We're taking a roundabout route, but I can feel it. Heal Thresher. At least if you can. They're in the front. They can't see. They can't see, right? This is not the kind of van where they'd be able to see. I've seen the SUVs from outside.
They are at the partition on your side.
Oh, on ours?
Oh.
Yeah, I don't say anything then. Because they could
Yep,
hear.
no.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I also do nothing. If they're in the compartment with us, then not a chance it'll work.
Why don't they trust us to just not do anything? I don't know why.
Okay. You are led out one by one. The first one they go for is Thresher. She's picked up and taken away. Then Elon, probably. Yeah, I will come with you. Do not. What is?
As Yelin passes, I just like gently tap her foot with my foot because I know where she is, just to like comfort her a little bit. You know
The
how
questions cease, and she kind of goes on quietly. Then, and they come for you, Hassan, and you are led as someone takes you by the elbow, not like roughly, but firmly, takes you by the elbow and starts to maneuver you through the transport depot.
Where are we?
Top secret location, sir. Testing facility where you'll be tested for radioactive contamination.
What kind of test is it? Is it invasive?
Non-invasive, sir. We'll need to do some blood tests, and we'll need to also take some radiation readings.
Right. You have my cane, right?
I believe so, sir. It's with your belongings and the rest of the band.
Okay, just I find it hard to walk without it. Just don't lose it, please.
We'll see what we can do about getting you a medical one, sir. A moment.
Yep. I talk to them a little bit more, but it's just like gentle small talk of a person who's a bit concerned about what's happening.
Okay. Make me a forces wits roll as you're doing this.
Forces wits.
Mm-hmm.
I do love forces. 2 successes.
Okay. Yeah. You only needed one. As you walk, you feel like you're on the cusp of something powerful. Like there is a powerful energy use nearby, and you can kind of feel it pressing against you, and then it begins to get more distant. But it's so powerful, it begins to white out some of your senses.
That's not good. Do you have any
Kind
idea
of
what it can
like after a loud noise, getting a ringing in your ear,
Mhm.
it kind of overpowers, and you're like shaking your head, but it's going in through your ability to feel the forces. Such a strong sensation, it's pushing everything else out.
So we're moving past it. It's not moving itself?
It could be both. You don't have quite enough data with 2 successes and it being such a powerful force, but likely you are moving past it. It does seem to be a steady motion.
Okay. Do I, is there any way of me trying to figure out what exactly it is?
The hands bound and the hood on your head and being led, and not even know exactly where it is, just there is something nearby. Probably not. And not with just 2 successes on that. You are led into a room. Placed down on a chair. Your plastic cuff is removed. And the hood removed from your face. In front of you are a couple individuals in hazmat suits, kind of big, bulky science equipment of some kind going over you. Very much sounds like a Geiger counter. You can hear her.
Mhm.
Very slow.
We can't hear it because of noise gates.
Oh, right. It's a kind of a...
Just
Did
go
that
play
work?
Fallout 4.
That was better.
Yes. And they're kind of looking at each other in a little bit of consternation, but...
Are we all experiencing this, or is it just Hassan at the moment?
They come for you. Do you do the same?
I'll go with them. I'll just go along. When it comes to them, like, scanning me and looking concerned, I'm like, is it meant to be beeping that much?
Could be a bit of a silly higher than we expect reading.
Higher than you
Could be within
expect
the normal
for
parameter.
a normal person who's fine, or higher than you expect for someone who might have been irradiated?
Higher than we expect for a normal person, however, it is lower than we'd expect from what we believe has happened.
Okay, that's nice. That's comforting-ish, a little bit.
You have to forgive my friend. He's a...
You're in different rooms, sorry.
Oh, it's fine.
They leave both of you in your own rooms to your own devices. Uncuffed, unbagged. There is a chair, a bench, which also serves as a bed with a bedroll. And I'm afraid there aren't any toilets in here. It looks like it's been repurposed. So there is a bucket.
Have they changed us out of our clothes, taken away our items?
No. They'll have taken anything particularly odd they found on you, but beyond that, they'll have left you as to your own devices.
Okay.
I'm just going to periodically matter and life sense, just so I can get an idea of potential surrounding rooms, people moving around.
Give me a meta roll. Oh, they found the sword, did they?
Yeah, I guess they will have found the sword.
I mean, I think you could argue that you might have left it in a bush.
Or did you leave it in the field?
I probably would have put it down to go examine the thing because I would have need both hands to like
Yeah.
hold the book and do the.
In which case,
endoscope. They will have found it in the field.
Sunk into Oldfield Heath. Not on you.
Or maybe not. Maybe one day someone will draw it from Oldfield Heath and become king.
That's how it works. That's the system of government.
I mean, we could use a king
Sure.
London.
I got
It's
three
a
on the
better
matter.
It's a shame. I really hoped for an instability there. You just pretend they don't exist.
Yeah, I'm not in a facility at all. Nothing here.
3 successes. Yeah. It appears to be like some sort of converted warehouses or something. You can feel kind of sheet metal, corrugated, sort of cheap brick being used here. But there's something outside in a metal container, about the size of like a truck or like a train car. And in it, there's some really weird metals. Things that are reinforced, alloys. It's not normal. Very not normal.
Does it seem like, based on the composition, there might be some kind of ability for it to deny the normal flow of time?
You don't have time spare.
Well, I can theorize.
I
Like,
mean, you could
you know-
theorize then? Sure.
Yeah, like maybe I detect tachyon alloys or something. I don't know.
That would be time and matter, I guess.
Well, no, it's just like if there's a material that does weird time stuff, I could detect that it exists, even if I don't know what it does.
You detect that there's a lot of weird alloys in there, and it's well reinforced.
I theorize anyway that it's a save point device, whatever that is, and I guess they come in trucks.
Okay.
I place one leg flat out on the bed, lean back, lace my hands behind my head, and I'm going to spend time, as much time as it takes, using Force's wits to figure out more about that special pretty force that I walked past.
Okay, make me a forces wits roll. In fact, you can make a forces intelligence roll if you want to spend a few hours, as you're going to be left in here for a while.
I mean, they're the same roll for me, so let's go with Force's wits.
Okay.
But I will spend a scene doing it.
Wits is still just your perception. I would say that if you want to spend any longer than that, it would be int, but int will give you more data.
Okay, this is Force's intelligence then. Same roll. Woof. No, it's not. 1 second. I know I'm spending willpower like candy, but this is important enough, and I've felt enough
Candy is
spirit
tasty.
rolls. Candy is tasty.
Okay, that's 6 because you...
Critted.
Oh damn!
Yeah.
I rescind my previous statements about terrible willpower rolls the dice have delivered.
I love
Okay,
you.
with 6 successes, somewhere outside, you walk near it. There is something with an incredible power drain. And it seems to be using some sort of force and converting it from something else into something else. You're not sure what, but there is a huge amount of power stored in that thing. And it is draining.
Can I know where it is because I've got corresponds to the same level?
Yes. It is outside You know pretty much exactly where it is. If you were to just wander back, you could wander back to the exact spot. In terms of directions, you know exactly how far and exactly which direction from you.
What about the makeup of the building? Do I know anything about that?
You can kind of begin to try and get a feel for it. However, without matter, your only way of mapping will be kind of detecting forces as they move around the building. You might get some of the basic wiring, which will kind of give you an idea, and you might be able to detect like people's personal radios or weapons as they move, kind of give you a vague idea of corridors and stuff. It does appear that you are on maybe like a few converted offices or something on a hallway, and people are walking back and forth. There's one guard in this corridor out there that you can detect. There might be more that you can't.
I would like to go to the big source of forces, but I think I don't need to use my body to do so. I'm just going to throw my senses there if I can.
Throwing your senses, I think, requires correspondence and mind, isn't it?
Could
be wrong.
I think I've in the one shots I might have pulled it off with correspondence and no mind at some point.
Mine might be so that you can look where you are and where your like senses are being thrown to. Let's look.
Correspondence
Allows you to extend the sense beyond their current location.
Yeah, Chad's saying that mind is the one that allows you to still have perception of your surroundings.
Yeah.
If you correspondence
doing
detect,
stuff to
then you
myself.
just no longer know what's going on around your actual body, but you know what's going on elsewhere.
Okay. You can do that then. You're casting. Do you have any focuses they might have taken off you? What are your focuses?
All I need is prayer beads, which wouldn't have been weird and are probably shoved in my pocket. Wedding ring, which I have. I use my fingers. I say some words, and there's one more. Hold on. Let me just double check in case I have made a fool of myself. And breathing exercises, but I did those this morning.
Oh, you have to do them every time you cast, but no, none of those are taken off you. You're good. Feel free to make an erect correspondence roll.
Here's hoping I don't have to hit the reroll button this time. 2 successes.
As you kind of extend out, feeling around, and then beginning to throw your mind out, it is within range for you to do that. And suddenly, you are no longer in the cell.
Mm-hmm.
You are looking, feeling with touch, hearing. Oh no, you have to pick a sense. Which sense do you throw? Because it's a success per one, and then duration is the other dice. So you'll need 1 sense.
1 sense.
Unless you want just a snapshot, like for a couple of seconds, like instead of a scene, in which case you have 2 senses.
Yeah, I'll do a snapshot. Give me hearing and sight.
Hearing and sight. Do you want to be directly on top of the force, or do you want to be like a meter away, or like 5 meters away looking at it?
A meter away.
Okay.
I call out the name Al-Kabir.
And suddenly, you're in a dark corridor. No, it's not a corridor. It's the inside of a truck or a cargo container. Something long, metal. You can see the corrugations of the metal on the walls. The roof, floor, cables everywhere. And in the center, you can see a soft glow. The only thing that is lighting this area is kind of almost like part of a cone, with the nib of the cone chopped off, pointed downwards. So it's just a wider circle and a thinner circle with the like circumference connected all the way around. Yeah. With little bars on it that is spinning. You can see computer equipment plugged in all over the place. And you can see countdown. And a charge progress bar.
How far is the countdown?
Probably about, by this time, for you, 92, 95%, somewhere in there.
Can I in the snapshot, one snapshot, could I have one roll, a science roll?
You don't need to do it in the snapshot. You can do it based off what you saw in the snapshot. So yeah. Science, int.
I'd love that. An awareness roll would be nice too, but I think that's pushing it. Science intelligence. Oh wow, I'm not scientific. What am I talking about?
So unfortunately, beyond that, you don't get anything. But you know this thing is charging, building up energy, and is almost done. You saw the inside of a metal container of some kind. You saw that something was spinning and slowly charging. There's flickering lights and computer equipment.
Is there a button to turn it off?
That was computer equipment, so maybe.
Okay. Oh, someone brought this up in chat, and I think it's a smart idea considering I got 6 on that forces and correspondence wits. Can I tell if there's cameras in the room?
No, there isn't.
Good.
At least not electrical ones. Or, I'll be honest, even fiber optic ones, because you'd be able to sense the light going to the fiber optics. That would be high threshold, but you passed it.
Yeah. Can I feel how many cells? I can't feel the cells themselves because there's no electricity.
You can feel the number of people with body heat, and 6. I'll let that go. Yeah, you can kind of feel that there are 3 people in adjacent ones here.
Hackett, Elon, Thresher.
Oh, you're one of the 3. Sorry.
Hackett, Elon, and me. Fuck, where's Thresher?
We're gonna cut to Thresher a little while ago.
What is your name?
As you wake up, bag over your head, coarse fabric against your skin, hands bound behind you.
Is this C3PO?
This is the individual you know as C3PO.
Okay. Hello again. You stood me up.
So you're aware of the loop.
When he says that, my head whips over to him. Can I read him? Like his body language? Like, is he trying to play me, or does he really not remember the loop?
Insight wits. You can't see him directly because you're kind of bound to the chair, but you can kind of try and hear from the tone and inflection.
3.
There is a touch of surprise there. Concern, intrigue, and also, beneath it all, a worry and anxiety.
Are you as stressed out as I am? I'm getting kind of stressed out.
Why? How many times has this happened to you?
A lot. You keep tasing me. You keep drugging me. You keep putting bags over my head. I think you're kind of into it, is what I'm trying to tell you. You could just call and ask me out. We don't need to keep meeting this way.
But I keep forgetting your number. Makes it a bit
Yeah,
difficult.
well, it's tough when I didn't give it to you.
What are you?
I am a female woman. What are you?
Give me
Listen, I don't
something.
really want to do this anymore, so what information do you need? Because I know you're going to forget it tomorrow, so just ask away, my friend.
Why were you at Oldfield Heath?
Because the thing from the sky fell, and we wanted to see what it was.
We. You and...
So here's the thing. Do you not know where it falls every time? Or you like sitting in your SUVs, like watching the sky, and then you just gear up and head on over? Because I guess if you did know where it was, you'd already be there.
You're not blank body. You have body heat. Your blood runs clear. As far as we can detect, you're not some sort of shapeshifter. Are you a mage?
I'm a lot of things.
You said might as well ask the questions. Give me the straight answers. I'll only forget them.
True, but I just don't. I want to trust you. I want to know that you're a man of your word, but I just don't think that you are. And I don't know what you all are doing. You're so inept in how you're handling this. It's making it difficult for me to figure it out. It's like every time I take a step forward, you put another roadblock in my way. It's almost as if you're trying to sabotage what I'm doing.
Where is Agent Winterbear?
I don't know an Ancient Winter Bear. Honestly, I only just figured out that Winter Bear's like a code name. So there's that.
So you are aware of Agent Winterbear?
Because you told me over and over again, you're the one who keeps spilling the beans on Winter Bear.
Make a persuasion charisma roll.
Okay. Wait, did it roll?
Yeah, 3.
Okay.
Okay. There's a hesitation.
Can you tell us what happened in the first loop?
Regular old day, and then every day after that, it hasn't really been a regular old day. You all have been meddling in so much, and you can try to pretend that I'm doing it. You all are messing with things. And you're not figuring it out clearly.
So, what happened with the first day?
I did my appointments as usual and went to my book signing.
Teresa Thrasher, resident of New York. Here, working at Mind Evolution, filling in for Dr. Fates.
Yes, you can use Google.
Cancelled your appointments today.
Well, today I did. Because I'm trying to get ahead of you so that you don't put a bag over my head and then ruin my night again.
Family died in mysterious circumstances.
Now you're starting to sound like a broken record.
Did you kill them?
My parents died in a car accident. If you looked at Google, you probably read the obituaries.
We seem to have a number of clients who mysteriously disappear.
So let me get this straight. Every morning, do you wake up and you have a little notepad next to your bed and you write down all these questions you're going to ask me?
Did you ever tell me the answer?
Listen, we were going to have coffee and we were going to talk about a lot of things and you just didn't show up.
I'm sorry, it slipped my mind.
Well, clearly you've made your intentions apparent to me. I'm not a priority.
Oh, don't worry, I'm sure I'll meet up with you tomorrow, perhaps.
No. No, you won't.
What is your intention here?
I just want to work my job and enjoy the countryside. Do you know
I'm
how much
afraid
of
we
a
can't
rat
let that
race it
happen.
is? Did you set up this whole loop thing? Like, is it some sort of thing you set up that you just keep hitting reset on every night?
You haven't learned it yet? I thought you said you knew everything.
I never said I knew everything. All I'm saying is things are becoming more predictable because y'all kidnap me almost every night.
Make a persuasion charisma roll.
Okay. I'm like actually disappointed that he doesn't remember because like I had high hopes for C3PO.
Yeah.
Too.
Do you want to willpower? You've got 2, you can willpower.
That's my last willpower.
Okay.
Okay. What would be unpredictable?
I don't know, maybe not giving me a drug or tasing me or putting a bag over my head, kicking me in the ribs. Oh, I don't know. Maybe actually trying to have a conversation before going with blunt force.
Well, unfortunately, you're found at the scene of a rogue entry.
What about if it was just a couple on a walk, gazing at the stars like, oh, look at that, honey, a shooting star, and it lands in Oldfield Heath, and all of a sudden they're wrong place, wrong time. Do they get the same treatment that I did?
Once the problem has been eradicated, the people would reset. They would never know that anything had happened. We could treat them as poorly as we wanted, and they would be none the wiser.
I want to like you, but you just...
In theory, we could open fire and just kill everyone in that field. Deal with
You
the problem.
could do that.
And when it resets, everyone would
Have
be
you been
fine.
killing people? Say you treat them all willy-nilly, like they're just not important. Have you been killing people?
It's not my preferred method. Regardless
But
of
it's
what
happened.
you've taught about the technocracy, we do not just open fire on people for no reason. We
But
could,
have you?
And there would be
This
no...
is important. Have you killed anyone? A sleeper, anybody who's just laying about. Have you killed them?
No, none of our operatives have done any sort of lethal action today.
But you're saying it could happen, and it maybe has happened.
If one of our operatives is endangered, the others, they would act in self-defense.
I think you're thinning the herd.
I'm sorry.
I don't think you're doing enough of a good job of being incognito. I think you're messing with the loops.
Our protocol is to have minimal interaction. The only thing we concentrate on in the loops is incursion. Other than that, we keep to ourselves. We want
I
to
know
change
you've
as
killed
few things as
people.
possible.
And you think everything resets, but it doesn't reset. Not in the way that you think. And this doesn't matter because tomorrow you're going to wake up and
Manipulation,
not
persuasion, or charisma persuasion, whichever you prefer.
I'm going to do manipulation and persuasion. 2.
You wish to willpower.
No.
Choose enough, but it's not enough to be like a glorious success, but it's enough to catch his interest. The hood is pulled off, and an individual comes around and stands in front of you. This individual, completely mundane looking, like vaguely good looking, decent bone structure, but other than that, nothing distinguishable. Brown hair, mid-brown, maybe hazel eyes, ever so slightly crooked nose, just like it could be natural, it could be maybe it was broken at some point. Slightly red cheeks, but only ever so slightly. Maybe just a slight suntan, but it could also be someone who's slightly embarrassed or maybe has slightly too much alcohol. Very forgettable. And you can just see a little note of concern.
I am studying his face. Does he look familiar? Have I seen him around? Anything like that?
Intelligence resolve.
Okay. 4.
Yeah, you have not seen this individual before. It does
This is-
match the silhouette you saw when you tried last time to look around behind you, but not seen him.
What do you mean it doesn't reset?
I'm just going to say something and you tell me if it means anything to you. C-3PO.
A character in Star Wars. Built
Anything
by Darth
else?
Vader, Anakin Skywalker.
I really had high hopes for you.
Right.
I'm so
doesn't
disappointed.
reset?
You promised so many things.
What doesn't reset? I think you're letting me down now.
No, you're not going to sweet talk me. You keep messing with things. hurt somebody very badly, and you told me they were going to come back normal.
If
They
we
didn't.
did hurt someone, they would reset at the beginning of every
No,
day.
they did not.
They didn't reset.
You wiped them from existence, and then they, how can I put this? Like a parasite took over someone else's body and grew out of them. So maybe it's time to overhaul your methods, but you're not going to remember this tomorrow, so I'm just confused that how am I going to make sure that you don't fuck this up?
Manipulation, persuasion, or charisma persuasion?
Okay. Oh, ouch. 1 success.
Do you wish to willpower?
Please.
Yeah, I'm gonna use it on this one.
Okay,
This
you
is
can
my
reroll 3
last one.
die.
And then
After
I
this,
have to
you'll
do a
be
negative one
Negative
on.
2 to all non-physical rolls.
Alrighty. 2.
3 in total.
What exactly happened? How did he die?
You just wanted to question him. You just wanted to ask a few questions. But your inept group of soldiers can't do any of that, so any inconvenience, they just shot his face off.
He resisted and was neutralized.
Whatever you want to call it, if you're trying to get to an end goal, you really have to take
He
the
should
appropriate
have
steps.
Reset. What happened?
He didn't reset. Like I said, you wiped him from existence and then he took someone else's body.
Which of your friends was it?
At this point in time, can I roll to see if I have a pretty good confidence that this man will not remember anything tomorrow?
Insight wits.
Or if he's got any sort of way to remember what I'm going to tell him to.
You're pretty sure that he doesn't think you'll remember.
I still know in the back of my head they might have some technology that will help them. But at this point, I've noticed the concern and the anxiety in him. Does it matter who? Or does it matter that your methods are creating bigger problems? Maybe you need to adjust. So if you do remember this tomorrow, or somebody in the ether does, you can fix it.
Let me check.
Anna Smith, the person you met previously, walks into view and hands C-3PO a data pad, and he starts to skim through it.
You just use an iPad to keep your notes.
I'm sorry, should we be using something else?
No, can you pass that technology on so that I can just wake up every morning and scan through my Kindle and see what happened the day before?
That's not quite how this works. This is a manual or device.
Does it save
No.
data?
No, it's not meant to be operated by us. It's meant to be operated by Agent Winterbear, who is not here.
Clearly, maybe you need to shift your plans, because I don't think Agent Winterbear is coming.
We can't turn the device off without breaking the quarantine.
Turn the device off, break quarantine, and find your little precious Winterbear.
And
Then
let the
reevaluate.
entity
Maybe
loose.
come back at a later date. Get your little space pieces and do whatever you need with them.
No, that's not how this works. You say what happened? He took over someone?
First of all, what I need from you is you to tell me something that I told you, technically the past loop, so that I know that you'll remember what I'm telling you.
I can't.
Well, if you can't, then you're wasting my time. And honestly, let me get out there so I can try to fix this. Because you're clearly not fixing it. None of you are.
Have you genuinely no idea who Agent Winterbear is?
No.
And what's happened to them?
Also, could you come up with more clever names for your secret agents, Winterbear?
I didn't nickname them.
Yes, but you could do something cool like, I don't know, the Night Sun. I don't know. Something better than Winterbear.
The Night Sun?
I don't know.
What about Clowny Bear?
Sweet little clowny bear.
What happened when he took over someone?
Oh, how would you describe this?
Did he take over the body of someone he was emotionally close to?
Somebody
Someone
who-
who had a resonant dimensional signature. Sorry,
Well, at
to
this
use your
point-
terms, spiritual connection with.
I would just say it could be either someone in close proximity, maybe emotional closeness. Honestly, I don't really know why, but all I know is that that person is now not the person they were before. Their body changed throughout the day.
That's not how the save point protocol works if the person is still around.
Well, then apparently there's something wrong with your save point protocol.
He looks over at Anna. Anna, you can hear the sound of footsteps leaving the room. Make me just a charisma manipulation roll. It's a little bit -2.
Oh, so -2 from that?
Yeah. So you'll have to reroll with -2 die, I'm afraid.
No, I like
I know.
that one. Okay.
I don't know if I'd be taking which dice. 2. Okay. There's a duration of a pause, about 10 minutes, and Anna comes back in. Shakes her head.
It's operating fine.
Operating fine. Oh, I have, I don't know, a couple things
It
that I could
seems
tell you.
It has affected you and your friends. It's designed to
Infect.
affect
Oh,
enlightened technocratic agents. It allows them to act differently between different loops of the quarantine, investigate different things without consequence.
well, I
try
didn't
different
know
paths.
about this whole operation until recently, or not very well, and I am not one of you, and I choose to not be one of you. So,
It seems that you have also been affected by it, as have your friends.
seems like your technology's a little broken.
Our
Excuse
technology
me,
has
very
saved this
broken.
planet repeatedly. I
You
know
all are
it's
so
hard to accept.
self-important. You think that you're doing the God's work.
What do? Pressure? You occasionally kill your subjects. You write a book.
I keep life going.
Do you?
I do. Make
You
room
keep
for...
life going for more than just us.
I don't really think it's about me. But I think you're trying to make it about me to deflect from your giant mistake.
Okay. Put it this way. It has affected you. You have been save pointed at 9:37 a.m. Does that ring a bell?
9:37 a.m. I think back to my schedule. My first appointment was with Chester at 10. No, it's 9.
Yeah.
What time did you say?
9:37. You have an
That's not
appointment
right.
with a Chester.
Yes, but it doesn't... Oh, it is always halfway through our appointment.
Right.
Do you know Chester?
I'm not aware of the individual, no.
All right, I was just making sure it wasn't on purpose.
Oh. You don't like the individual? Were you planning to knock him off as well?
You're making some very bold assumptions.
You're not denying them.
I don't owe you anything. I learned very quickly that people who ask a lot of questions are always trying to hide something themselves.
You really don't like this Chester, do you?
He's a misogynist. He's...
And if I told you there's a chance that if you die, you'll come back in his body?
Then I say don't kill me. Who knows what I'm
It's-
capable of in Chester's body?
And it's in an interest to work together.
Work together. You might not even remember what I said to you today.
That's why I need your help.
And can you untie me, please?
You feel a knife against your skin, and then your hands are free.
Start wringing my wrists. First of all, please stop being so rough with everyone. I think working together at this point might help because the mistakes that you're making, I don't think can be undone.
The only reason someone wouldn't come back in their own body is if their own body can't be found.
And what would render a body not found?
That's something that can affect time. Something that can affect reality. Something using base sphere. Prime, I believe you call it. Something that erases something from existence.
Based
What
on...
happened to the individual who died when time reset?
I've told you.
They weren't
Twice
there,
now.
but were their clothes there?
No, it was
their
almost
phone-
as if they didn't exist. It was like they had everything about them wiped from history books, wiped from the internet, wiped from physical existence. We remember those places, the apartment or a book they used to carry, but it's gone.
Okay. You need to remember this. The entity we tried to intercept has obviously vanished. Every time we go to Oldfield Heath, we are merely finding an empty husk. It is here. And apparently it has infected reality.
So you're telling me that there's something just running around and messing with things?
Presumably. I haven't
And
managed to
you've-
get a close-up look of it, so I can assume. It cannot leave the area.
I guess I'm just trying to understand this in layman's terms. Is there an alien running around?
An extra-dimensional being.
So an alien.
That's how we tend to look at it. I thought you tended to call them spirits.
So if I were to come across this in my everyday life, what would I see? What would I find?
Could be anything. And unfortunately, we didn't intercept it this loop.
I've told you where you can find it. But you
Oldfield Heath.
are never there. It seems like you're always there after it lands.
The metal is inert. It probably left during loop 1 and has the ability to move between loops. It wasn't there. It
But what I'd
could
like
have
for you
infected
now...
someone. It could have somehow it is not in.
I would like for you to bring my two friends in here and get them caught up to speed.
Persuasion, charisma, or manipulation, persuasion. -2.
Okay.
You'll need 3
Two.
successes.
Can't necessarily trust your friends, but
Why do you trust me?
Dr. Fresher, because you've been quite candid.
Well, they can be candid too.
Quite possibly.
I-
But not
Hassan.
I know, because he's technically a rogue agent, right?
yes.
You told me that yesterday. I don't know how to.
Then
I
you
don't
can
know what
break it
to
to
say.
him on your next loot.
I just don't understand why you can't get us all in one room and talk about it. Don't you think that will help instead of just being all secretive and apartment, each of us in each room, and then do
Because
this?
Hassan will
Each...
do his best to turn you against us. He
has
lives and
done
breathes
nothing
to
of the
destroy
sort.
the technocracy.
I think
He's
he's
killed
genuinely just
many.
trying to figure it out. He's been very open and honest, which is honestly to a fault with some of the stories he's shared that could paint him in a bad light.
And the stories he didn't share. How
We
his
all have
husband started
stories we don't
slaughtering
share.
A meeting of mages that was peacefully put together to bring order to this area.
Yes. He's told us about that. We all have secrets. We all have dark corners that we don't want to tell other people about, but people can surprise you. I just think you're wasting everybody's time. So just get us all in a room, and I think they have some good ideas that might help.
I can bring Elin and Hackett.
Bring them all.
Hassan is no.
How much time do we have left before it resets? Because I think you're running out of time.
Hassan is a no.
Well, if all I can get is Elin and Hackett, then bring them in, and we'll fill in Hassan tomorrow. And I'm going to tell him how rude you were.
I am very scared of your 1-star review.
Wait, is that something he... There's so much that's happened. My 1-star review. Oh, my brain's going to go through all these gears. Do you listen to our phone calls?
I haven't recently,
Why did you say that?
because have you never used Google?
I made a call today to pay some bills in Ireland, of all places. And I told them that I was
Right.
going to leave a Yelp review.
Why
Did
Island
you-
of all places is Island significant in this story?
I don't trust you. But you're fucking too much up.
Thank you. Go get Margolis and Hackett.
Leaves. Hackett. A couple of heavily armed technocracy goons arrive at your door and try to escort you away. Quite politely. You're muted. You're muted.
When they open the door, I'm like, "Oh, is everything all right? Am I good to go?"
We'll need you to come with us, sir.
Ah, all right.
Your colleague, Dr. Thresher, has told us all about you. There are things we need to discuss.
All right. Sure, no problem. Do you happen to know the time?
I think it's best you come with us, sir.
I'm coming. I'm wondering what time it is. I've been here for some time now.
Ask. Something he really chose. Apparently. Ask C3PO.
So neither of you got a watch? I glance around for a clock as we're going. Okay. Two.
Yeah, it's about 1:30.
Okay. I go with him. Make a note of that.
You led into a large shed with some train tracks. It looks like it used to be used for housing train cars. You can see Thrasher standing next to a relatively bland individual in a suit. There are several guys with full-on body armor and big plasma guns.
I gotta say, I'm surprised on the part of both of you that you haven't shot her.
Am I meant to?
Well, you shot me. Didn't worry too much about that.
If you'd like. She hasn't been particularly helpful.
Right, how are we doing this time?
Hassan,
I think they.
you obviously detect people walking away. You have been the only one left in your cell on the cell block. There are, however, now 4 guards in the hall.
Can I detect where they're going and maybe share my extend my sense over there? Please.
You can certainly try.
Well, I'd
Make
love
me
to.
a correspondence wits to try and detect where they are.
Correspondence wits detect. Well, I mean, I think that would technically be forces.
Correspondence and forces are the same for you, right?
Yeah, but it's fun to see forces sphere and then correspondence sphere. 3 successes.
Yep. Yep. And you'll need 2 successes to hear for the scene.
2 successes to
Okay.
hear for the scene.
You hear everything during this. Okay, continue on. Sorry, Katie.
No, I was just gonna say. I think they have some information or lack thereof that might be interesting to you.
Oh, they've definitely got a lack of information. Have they finally worked it out?
No, they really haven't, and I honestly think they keep screwing things up.
Okay, now I'm tempted just to shoot both of you.
Yeah, that's your
Which is
problem.
Yes.
You want to know how you make a loop last forever? Do literally everything you've done so far. You absolute idiots. You've got a machine that automatically loops time? And when you discovered that you didn't have anyone or anything that was immune to that loop, you decided to just let it loop anyway.
Because if we turn it off, the thing that edited you from existence will be able to get out.
So there is a thing that escaped. Good, we're getting somewhere.
Escaped.
Well, from the wreckage.
Presumably,
I guess
yes.
before it landed, or it somehow escaped our detection.
It must have landed and escaped in the first loop, although how it isn't still in the wreckage every loop, I don't know. It must be maybe immune or something, but if it is immune, how is it not already left? I don't know.
Well, as demonstrated by the fact that we're standing here, your machine is not great at its job. It makes random things that it isn't meant to immune to the loop. Luckily, in your case, that's the only reason that you're not going to be trapped in this for all of eternity.
In which case, I think our machine's working perfectly. Without you, we'd be even more
absolute
trouble.
fools. You have all of this infrastructure, all these people, this big complicated operation, and you can't get your basic facts right about how to handle
You
this.
only see the
One
errors
person,
when they go wrong.
a single point of failure in the entire operation, in a
Because
time loop.
someone killed most of our operatives. He's sitting in a cell.
What, did he do it yesterday? What is
You know how
the
it is to
standard?
recruit.
What is the standard number of people you're meant to have in a mission like this?
As many as we can get. On short notice. We only knew the target area 18, 24 hours before impact is when we set this up.
Right, so you don't even have a standard number of people that should be here that you could compare to the number of people actually here, because I'm willing to bet that it's lower than it was before.
We are underfunded. We do what we can. There are another half dozen enlightened geniuses who should be in the area. Only one managed to make it into the bubble before the containment had to be put up.
Well, you're damn lucky that there happened to be a few more to hand.
Yes.
So maybe you should try, like, utilizing that resource instead of shooting it.
I'm getting very tempted to do the latter. I was trying to do the former.
And this
It's
is
almost
your
like you're too
problem.
proud to admit that you might be wrong.
I know, tell him that.
It's incredible.
I'm embarrassed for you, to be honest. Even I'm willing to admit when you need a little help.
Wait. That's why we're here.
Are you calling this helping?
I was trying to explain to you what went wrong and why you're the only people who can possibly deal with this.
Right, so just give us all the facts, everything you have, because Winterbear's gone. We're the only people immune to the loop. As far as you're concerned, we are Winterbear. We're the only people that can make a difference. But we'll loop forever and ever until something kills us all. Probably that thing that's now roaming around out there somewhere.
The entity managed to get past our grid defense, landed in Northfield Heath.
Was it trying to land or was
Presumably.
it a crash?
We believe it was trying to land.
Then why
Probe
did it
should have broken
explode?
up.
It perhaps didn't need its craft to be intact. Actually, what it looked like was an old satellite. It may have just been joyriding.
You are pretty close. It was not a satellite, it was a probe.
Ah, and where did you send the probe?
We did not send the... Technically, we did not send the probe anywhere.
Okay, who sent the probe and where did they send it? And is that where it ended up or did it go somewhere else?
I believe the United States government sent the probe in the 1970s.
Wait, is that one of the Voyagers?
Yes. Voyager 1 was
Right.
intercepted in the asteroid belt. Voyager 2, however, managed to make it back.
So do we have any idea what this thing actually is?
Both probes managed to go past into what you call the Deep Umbra. We suspect they were infected or became something else.
Okay, so besides the origin that might be the United States or is the United States, how does that help us now?
The entity became or hitched a ride, and presumably now here. It should be crash landing every day, which is how we are meant to be intercepting it. We're meant to have agents here who can adapt, change, try different approaches, even throw themselves at a problem, risking death, die, and get reset every day. Hell, we could drop a nuke, provided the device stays intact, they would reset. Everyone would still be alive. You should still be alive, Hackett.
Well, as it stands, my entire existence has been erased from history. At least as
We
far
didn't
as
do
the
that.
loop is concerned.
If it helps, your existence is still theory there. Just a split second before the loop starts.
And
You
if
fix
we
it on the
break
next
loop,
one?
I don't know how you were raised. But if you weren't erased, the save point protocol is designed to continue your existence by doing what it can. I believe it goes for someone with a similar spirit.
by the looks of it, it overwrote the existence of someone else, their biology, their
Yes.
very soul, effectively. Just converted it into mine, destroying them in the process.
Better that than the problem continuing, you being destroyed and eventually everyone else dying.
It does mean my landlady is dead. She was quite nice.
Well, hopefully you can save other people who have quite nice landladies. And they're quite nice landladies.
Maybe we could have sooner if you didn't just tase us and drug us and sometimes shoot us dead every time you see us.
Or
We
maybe
never
you
got
should
this
have
far
asked
before. We could have done this
nicely
in
instead
loop
of
2.
trying to tase our operatives.
The lack of responsibility that you all take is honestly astonishing.
It makes sense that this is what happens when you're in charge of our planetary defense.
I told him I was disappointed in him already.
Look, as soon as this quarantine fails, that entity will be able to go out and presumably erase everything else it wants. The quarantine does not last forever. It draws on a very large supply of energy, but it will eventually run out. It is not designed, especially with this many people in mind.
I asked him what we should be looking for, but the answer was, I don't know. It could be anything.
The entity is meant to still be in Voyager,
But it's not.
so I don't know how it could have got out. I don't know what the entity is beyond.
Just a thought. How do you know that the entity didn't escape before the loop and it's running amok in the world and we're just living this nightmare over and over?
That's why we set up the device before it landed.
I don't trust your fail-safes, to be quite honest, because he's supposed to still be alive.
By the sounds of it, it's immune to the time loop aspect of the quarantine. At least to some degree. I guess it's not escaped the loop entirely. It's probably still inside the loop. But if it's not where it was on the first loop the second time, then it's like us. It's able to do things differently. So, why not end the time loop part? And then we at least don't have to go through this every day until we get somewhere.
If we end the time loop part, it also prevents awakened entities from leaving Webley. They can just go. Their power can extend past your erasure, might continue backwards in time and become permanent. You still exist a millisecond before the day restarts. Everyone else who has presumably died, as Dr. Thrash has mentioned, still exists. If we stop the time loop now, this becomes reality. Presumably whatever is deleted people would continue.
Well, I don't think you can undelete me. By the looks of it, this is the best I'm gonna get.
No. If you can destroy the entity, it is possible it will reset. However, I cannot confirm that as I do not know how the entity works. Winterbear was our expert on extra-dimensional entities.
How many loops do
Is
we
when-
have?
It depends how many of you die. If you die, changing the body requires extra power. And the device is experimental.
What was Winter
But-
Bear's specialty?
quite classified, but
Oh, forget with
think-
the classified. We've established we're in a critical situation and we're the
let
only
me
people that can help.
say pan-dimensional effects was high on the list, which is why he was prioritized to respond to this.
Do you know why he would not have shown up?
He should have. I do not know. It is very unlike him.
Was he
How
here
many,
before the loop was established? Can we be sure he even got inside the loop?
That's odd. I don't have his service record.
Like he's not in your iPad at all?
It could be restricted. But I should have access.
I would say that suggests he's been erased from history, but you remember he exists, so that already is confusing.
We're trained to be as resistant as we can.
Now, this whole time, I can't tell if he's playing me or if he does remember some things or he's doing a game.
Well, yeah, last time around he booked a meeting with us.
I know. I told him how disappointed I was that he didn't show up. Just think, all of this could have been talked over if you showed up to coffee.
Those games have cost us multiple loops already.
Yes, and your games that involve getting shot. You tried just walking
Oh yes, I
someone.
love going out and provoking technocracy to get shot at by them. It's a wonderful time.
Excellent. Well, you're going to be pleased with what's going to happen soon. Should we get back to the point?
No, back. This is part of the point because you keep attacking us. This is an important point that
We have
needs
less
to be
than
addressed.
An hour.
Okay, we have less than an hour before you start tasing me again.
No,
You are
to
all
be
on a
reset.
hairpin trigger. I know it's going to be a reset. It was a metaphor that I will be tased
Right.
in the next loop.
I very much hope so.
I can't wait till I can tase you.
Cannot wait. Meantime, is there anything else?
Fuck's sake.
That's the question for us to ask you, because you're not going to remember anything in an hour, whereas we are.
That's why you are here.
You want to give
It's
us
not
some
a
kind
dick
of
measuring
code word we
contest.
can use so that when we walk up to technocracy, they're not going to shoot us or tase us and drug us? We need to be able to speed this up. If we're on a time limit here, we need to be able to move.
Okay.
I guess considering the fact that the save point machine uses up power, the one thing we have on our side is the fact he's going to be a little bit more desperate each loop as he realizes the power is draining, and he realizes he's been in this for some time.
Dr. Hackett,
that's
are you
good.
still okay with the dick measuring contest?
You gonna give me some kind of code word or not?
Yes.
Like, you already killed me once. At this point, it's not gonna make much difference if you kill me again, except we'll be more likely not to cooperate.
Well, we'll find out how many degrees of separation are between you and Chester.
I mean, I can always induce the process myself if I would rather not.
My name is Fenith Black.
Finith,
Fenith.
can you spell that for me?
I can indeed.
No wonder he keeps his identity secret. What even is that?
Do I recognize the name?
Make a intelligence resolve.
I'd love to. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Oof.
For fuck's sake.
Jesus!
1 success on 7 die.
Amazing.
Absolutely not. You have no idea.
Okay.
And I can give you a designation as well.
I can give you a
Since
designation as
Hassan
well.
ain't there in the room, but he is.
Mm-hmm. In spirit.
Actually, in
I need you to
correspondence.
memorize this. It's a very
correspondence.
long list of numbers and letters.
Do they resemble C-3PO?
No, but I won't remember at the beginning of the loop, so...
Okay, then give us whatever we need to tell your friends, who I would like to point out I've tried talking to and immediately flip a switch.
Yes,
So,
because we
talking doesn't
suspect
work.
every time that you could have been infected by the entity in a previous loop.
A great
It's
way
just
to.
Okay, you both get the very long code designation, which is going to be an int resolve roll to use. Also, Hassan gets it. So next time you have to try and use it, you'll have to try and remember it.
I can't.
You don't have another word like pineapple or something like that?
Way too easy to fake or engineer over here.
Okay, I just assumed that in the infrastructure that you seem to have that there might be just something that's classified. Is there anything we shouldn't say to them? Because it seems like right now it's most things.
Did you know Hassan?
Okay, well, that's not gonna be easy because he's been helping. A lot more help than you all have been, I might add.
I was wondering why there were only two of us here.
They would not bring him in. I kept saying I'd like Hassan in here as well, and it was just a no-go, apparently deal breaker for Mr. Black here.
Literally just denying one of the only three things in the quarantine that can help you. It's
Make a persuasion, manipulation, or charisma roll. Packet.
Do manipulation, persuasion. It's my dice are terrible for this, but I'll give it a go. Complete failure.
Yeah.
Considering what he did and his husband did, never mind.
Wow, he really just put his foot in everything, didn't he? Is there anyone that doesn't hate him?
Who are you referring to?
Hassan. Oh, I guess the husband as well.
Oh, so you know. Did I tell you?
Yes.
Right. So you know that it was his husband who initiated the slaughter at York Park.
There's details that are fuzzy.
Well, it's for the best that that is left aside for now. Since have
Well,
to
you
work
say
together.
that, but also he's not in the room.
I trust him to work with you. I don't trust him to be in the room.
Ugh.
I would like as much of our operation to still be functional after we solve this peacefully. We have other threats that we need to deal with at a later time. And as you can already see, we're already stretched very thin. If Hassan goes on another killing spree, or gets his husband to go on another killing spree, next time an entity tries to land,
Who is he even fighting for if he was killing your people and mine?
his husband is a bloodthirsty murderer.
There are always reasons for things. Most of the time.
I knock on my cell door.
Okay. Do you turn off your audio sense?
Nope. I'm totally deaf to the
Okay.
world.
You're totally deaf. The door vibrates slightly.
I'd like to talk to Feneth Black, and I give the code phrase that I'm assuming I don't need an instant resolve.
Resolve int.
I just learned it, mate.
That's
Okay.
Yeah.
brilliant.
The DC's a lot lower.
4 successes.
There's no response.
I lean against the door jam.
Then you hear,
Apparently Hassan has the code phrase and my name.
Don't look at me.
I've been in here with you the whole time.
We might as well let him in then.
Hackett realizes. Oh,
And with
brilliant.
that- Hassan, you are roughly pulled from your cell.
That's all right. I just lean on someone. I don't say anything.
Nothing is said in the room. You can't hear anything being said. Do you turn off the spell?
Nope.
Okay. And you are thrown roughly, but not with enough force that you can't catch your footing, into the main room with everyone else. And that's where we're going to go to a break. It's a bit of a late break. I didn't know that the scene was going to end, but we'll continue the scene after the break. Enjoy an 8-minute break.
Hey, go grab a snack. We'll be back soon.
Yeah.
Mhm.
quite old-fashioned, wear a hat, sometimes play chess. And when I'm out, I'm looking for that vintage fling. But all complexions that I adore, so hard to find, these seem impossible to score. So I dream on to someday find that vintage love. I kept on looking, but everyone's such a bore. And out of a sudden, you came through the door. At the next table, your whiskey neat, the lights were dimmed as our eyes met and you saw me. And forevermore, I like to share that vintage dream.
Welcome
We're
back.
back.
So, continuing straight on from the last scene. You are now brought together, along with Elin, who is looking very confused. As the technocracy level with you.
Rieta-san.
Seeing his face, do I recognize him now?
Not with your one, even though the threshold's dropped down.
Have we met before, Feneth? Remind me.
How do you know my name and the code I just gave? Right. Albertine.
Oh, Batine. This refers to a collective. You can use singular Batini if you'd like.
There are other words I would rather use, but we have common cause for now. So, we'll be best of friends.
If you don't mind me saying so, Mr. Black, you could drop the voice changer, considering.
It is kind of cute that he's still using the voice changer.
I was going to see how long he would go with doing it.
I think it makes him feel safe.
Like a blanket. It's like a comfort thing, right?
Well,
Three
considering
of
my
you are
husband is
incredibly powerful reality deviants. I'm not. So, yes, the guys with guns are also my safety blankets.
So why need the voice changer? Or are you very scared that my big, bloody, murderous husband is going to come in and kill you?
Is he still around here?
I wouldn't know.
Because you might try and find my voice later.
He doesn't need your voice. Neither do I.
That was why I preferred not to have you in the room.
Things changed. You wouldn't have to have a chair for me, would you?
We don't have enough time for a chair.
You're right. 1 hour. Well, let's cut to the short then. I've heard everything that's been said in this room.
It's a good
And
point. Can we
as
get
I
a
say
clock
that-
in here?
He just puts down the tablet. You can see there's probably only 20 minutes left.
As I say, I've heard everything in this room. That's when I drop the correspondence spell.
What can we figure out in 20 minutes?
Not much.
I managed to finally get access to Winterbear's records. I don't have access to much. It seems that most of it is heavily redacted.
Why do you not have clearance? You are in the quarantine zone looking for Agent Winterbear. You should have top priority
No,
clearance.
I'm not meant to be looking for Winterbear. Winterbear should be here.
Is meant to find him.
Yes. I'm not even really meant to be in charge.
You're doing an admirable job so far, or at least keeping to certain measures you have.
That was something I was wondering, is if Winterbear was meant to be in charge and they're dead or gone or whatever has happened to them, there could also be other people who are intermediate that are also dead and gone and so on. At some point you might even die, and then some other person will become, oh, I was totally the leader all along. That's what the timeline has edited itself to say. We might need some other codes going down the line.
Winterbear isn't dead, otherwise I wouldn't have even this highly redacted record.
That's true.
Do you know if there was supposed to be more of you, or if you did start off with more?
You'd have no way of knowing.
Yeah, that's what I was saying before, is I wanted to see if they had a standard number they were meant to bring, and how much different that would be from the actual number.
Yes.
The way the save point works when it comes to a sleeper or someone who isn't enlightened, so to speak, it erases them and every record of them for existence. So, for example, when someone dies, the number changes. Reality makes it, the consensus fills in the blanks. So if he's lost 2 people throughout these loops, his number would be 2 less than it was the first loop.
In addition, we are so short-staffed, we bring as many as we can.
Perhaps you weren't short-staffed before.
Possible.
The loops could go
That's
on
what
forever. There could be an almost comical point where it's a single man who was like some random grunt at the start and is now the leader of this one-man operation to stop this thing. I've got to wonder how far you can stretch reality before it breaks.
Do you want to find out?
Oh no, we need to do something about this.
That is another point. The save point protocol does several things. It also tries to erase your reality, paradox you call it.
Yeah, the
It's
radiation.
appreciated.
It takes that and moves it. It can only deal with so much. There will, over time, be a buildup of paradox in this area.
Does
I imagine there
shunt it-
might be something like that.
Does it shunt it out to the containment field?
It cannot interfere outside the content field. Nothing can. It will all remain in here, where time aberrations might start to occur.
Do we know what happens when someone exits the containment field and returns? Or tries to teleport out?
They should not be able to. They would presumably take a lethal dose of chronoton radiation.
Except if they're non-enlightened, they should be fine.
Non-enlightened people, we find they aren't interfering. We restricted the scope of the spell. Admittedly, everywhere loops, but the interference is limited to here. The spell can only influence the timeline so much, which seems to have a lesser impact on the time stream.
Is it centralized? There could be a delay. When we called Ireland, they seemed to not have the account until they did. For the,
Whenever we try and make
bills.
contact to something solidly geographically outside of here, there's a moment of interference, but then it usually works.
You're causing changes to the timeline external to here. It takes more power. I
Absolute
didn't
switching.
design this, by the way, so I'm doing the best I can from the manual.
Current levels.
Don't worry, we can tell.
Hack it. No need to be rude.
Well, then who did make it? Is it that? What's her name?
Believe-
Anna?
She's like suddenly wide-eyed, like, no.
Do I recognize Anna Smith?
Again, vaguely, yes.
Vaguely, yes. Because I've never heard that. I've heard the name, but I've never met her face, seen her face before.
You've heard the alias. It's definitely not her name.
Mm-hmm. Do I know her name?
No, but you'll know that she was like a very wide-eyed trainee back when you killed a bunch of people. She definitely saw you kill a bunch of people.
You really have grown up. Anna, is it?
Do you want me to cut your throat?
You wouldn't be able to.
People
In any
keep
case,
missing
no,
the
it's not
part
Anna. She was a
where
trainee.
people keep missing the part where death is permanent.
What are the current levels?
It's hard to say. Monitoring that is difficult.
Last I saw, charging level of 92%. Sound about
That's
right?
until it loops
Resets.
again. Yes.
Right. And the bars below that, I'm assuming that was...
That is the charge that's displayed on the bar. Yes.
Okay. How many loops, given current patterns, do you think this could survive?
We have enough power for 100 loops, but the buildup of paradox,
Radiation is fine.
the buildup of anti-reality radiation will probably cause issues long before that. In fact, they happen to be a lot higher. I think it's very hard to read this, and again, only enlightened operatives can really get a grip
It's
on it.
sensitive, yeah. This containing of information has done us no favors.
I can tell you some information about Winterbear at least.
Tell us as much as you can. I only met the man once.
Specializes
know-
in
If we could know exactly where they are geographically at the beginning of the loop, try going there, seeing what we find.
they had just entered the loop coming down the M25.
at the moment that the loop began?
I believe so. They were definitely inside the loop.
Then we need to investigate the M25.
Coming south down the M25 beside Lower Webley.
Behind UCL South, going west to east.
That inside the radiation
Yes,
containment field.
they should be just south from UCL South. Trying to have a perfect fix.
Towards the police station.
He pulls up some more information on a tablet and shows you it. It seems to be a tracking plot, and it tracks a locator of some kind. And it seems to track to about here-ish before it goes off, and it seems to go off at 9:37.
Right.
Guess we will just try and get there as fast as possible. Geographically, Assam would be closest, but it might be easier for a Thresher to get there, considering how close Mind Evolution is to the M25.
There is heavy traffic on the M25 at that point in the morning,
Ah,
I can call a
which
car.
probably will slow him down.
it'll slow him down, but it'll also slow us down.
Well,
Maybe if I'm
you're-
feeling good, I can change that.
Might work. Worth a shot.
I could also pull the same trick I did just now. It'll be difficult over that far of a distance.
We can
Okay.
at least, you can give it a go, and if it doesn't work, we can still go there.
Hmm.
I imagine if you stand there one loop, you'll be easier able to cast your senses there the next.
We'll see.
Worst case scenario, find someone who's stuck in traffic at the beginning of the loop and form an emotional bond with them. If you die, at least you'll reset near Winterbear.
Just go on a whirlwind 19-hour romance with them.
If you have to.
It's a strategy, I guess.
You'd have
It's-
to try losing the shirt.
Who else can volunteer for that one?
Winterbear is specialist in pan-dimensional, in spirit, I believe most of you refer to it as. Except though, of course, Hackett. In addition, having specialties in forces and some in the manipulation of the fundamentals of reality.
Would that be? I would know this. Would it be matter?
Prime.
Prime. I'd say the word prime out loud.
There are other skills, but they're not listed as prime skills.
Prime and time, the two ways you can really just screw up everything.
I mean, you can do quite a lot with forces as well. Especially with
Scribble a lot of
prime.
things. We have 2 minutes.
We should probably spend the remaining time memorizing the code. If all three of us do it, we've got the best chance of it working. The moment we come through the loop, we need to write it down on the nearest thing we can write on.
I'm going to do that because I am not getting tased in the next loop.
My wallet's going to be stolen. I'll be busy
I'm in
tracking
an
down.
appointment with Chester.
Yeah, I know you have the worst one. Oh, Feneth. One more thing. Right as the loop ends, it's not my husband you should be afraid of.
The eyes roll, and with that,
Hackett is also definitely doing this as he's memorizing the number. Just like, he's like focusing and saying it in his head, and also just holding up a finger.
okay. Well, in that case, Hassan.
Hmm?
We see a man step out the train station in Webley Bridge. We watch him from above. He walks briskly down the short flight of concrete steps, pep in his step, as he heads to teach his morning ethics lecture at University College London's South Campus. As his foot hits the pavement, a train passes. A pedestrian bumps into him roughly, complaining as he mixes back into the somewhat diminished crowd. Which way are you going, you wanker?
The moment he does that, can I pick his wallet from his pocket?
Make a larceny dex roll.
Love to. Two successes.
You don't manage to, but as you do so, he kind of surprisingly just drops yours. Don't know what you're doing, mate. Fuck off.
I smirk as I put it into my pocket, pull out my phone, open the notes tab. It's probably like a BlackBerry, an old BlackBerry, and I type in the code number.
Okay. Resolve int.
Oh no, that's wits. Hold on. It's the same roll for me. What does it matter? 3 successes.
Type it in. Okay.
How many successes do I need to extend my senses all the way past new stuff? 25.
Okay. Let's have a look. 1 sense.
Oh, yeah, we get to reset paradox.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Reduce by 2.
I too.
Oh, whoops. That's my mistake.
Visited briefly, saw via recorded medium.
I did the same thing.
Probably 4 successes. You wouldn't say you're familiar with that stretch of the M25, are you?
I mean, I go to UCL.
Oh yeah, you actually see it at the back campus. 3 plus the 1, so you'll need 4 to send a sense over there.
Let's give it a shot.
And that's a snapshot.
So we all accidentally rolled 3 dice on reduced paradox. We all did the
Yeah.
exact same thing.
Do we just hit? Do I not add a modifier?
You just got to
Do
add
add a
1
modifier,
instead of 2.
Gotta add 1.
Ah,
It's a +1.
2 successes. I'm not going to bother willpowering that.
Nope. Okay. It fails. And as you do this, everyone kind of stares at you confused in the crowd, but they can't see any result, so no paradox.
Do I see a cabbie?
You look around like there is a couple.
I
Train
wave
station.
one down.
Okay.
Yeah, UCL South, mate.
Of course. No problem.
I grab in, message the others. On my
As you
way.
do, you notice a shadow pass over you.
What's awareness?
As you look up. Thresher!
yeah.
We cut to a spacious, minimalist but austere-looking office. In one corner, we see a man, slightly red and out of breath. As he talks and talks, spittle occasionally flying from his lips, filling a long, dark leather couch, but he is not the focus of the camera. As he drones on, a woman sits on the armchair opposite.
Anyway, that's just how I feel
As she listens,
about it.
soft music plays from
What
the
do
speakers
you
around the
think?
room, and a crow. Oh, no crow anymore, sorry. No crow exits the windowsill.
That was gonna be the first thing I was gonna look over and see if the crow was there, which it's not.
Nope. Need to remove that from the intro.
I'm going to try to quickly jot down Feneth Black's number in his chart while Chester is
Okay.
talking.
In resolve.
Okay. 4 success.
You do so.
Okay. I look up at Chester.
What do you think?
Chester, what do you have planned for the rest of your day?
I'm meeting one of my women after the seminar.
When you say women, do you mean someone who helps you or like someone you're dating?
Depends how you mean.
When you say you're meeting one of your women, what is this woman to you?
A diversion. A pleasurable to spend time with. Relaxing. Way to get away from, stresses of academia.
So, let me understand this. When you're spending time with one of your women, are they enjoying their time with you?
Who cares? It's important.
I hear something.
What's wrong?
Hold on. Do you hear child? Baby.
Child, what are you on about?
A baby crying.
A baby crying. Women always think about babies.
Oh, you know.
I do not hear baby crying.
Are you a maternal person? Did you nurture your wife? Well, you don't have children, right? You just have Bigsley.
Bigsley, I don't need children.
Probably
Dogs
good
are
that
more
you don't
faithful.
have children.
What do you mean by that, woman?
I'm gonna try to like just take a moment to listen. I hear a baby, right?
I don't know. Tell me what you do.
I
What do you
hear a
have?
baby.
What do you have?
A crying baby.
Shadow passes the window.
I noticed the shadow. Chester, I actually have a very important appointment.
You have
But
an appointment? You have an appointment with me. I have an important appointment.
if you call me woman one more time, I will cancel all of your future appointments and you can find another person to help you with your issues.
How dare you?
How dare you, quite honestly, Chester. It's really a miracle that I
will
keep
not be
seeing
talked to
you.
this way in a jumped up skirt with delusions of being a doctor.
Well, I have more education than you ever will, and that's going to show to everybody.
When you wrote some sort of pulp book, a piece of waste of tree, and I teach at the local university, UCL, one of the best in Britain, and you have to be a half-rate hack in some news column.
It's kind of funny. I've never heard of UCL until I came here, so. Because it's all relative, right?
In your small-minded world, I do not need you anymore. I will talk to Dr. Rosalini, at least someone who's a bit more professional.
But she's a woman, too. How are you going to deal with that? Because you are so
I will wrap her
close-minded.
around my finger as all women ought to be.
Is Chester handsome?
Not particularly. He's a bit bloated, like face puffed a little bit, puffy, red.
I'm going to have you know one thing, Chester. On my professional opinion,
Oh, of
You
course,
are a-
professional opinion is so important to me.
well, it should be because you're a waste of air. You take up space and nobody wants you here. Your dog doesn't even want you. Your ex-wife didn't want you, and I don't want you. Maybe listen up and pay attention to the people who surround you and who is making time for you. These women want your money. They're clearly not there for you. And maybe you should consider working on yourself a little bit and not blaming every woman for your problem.
Manipulation, intimidation.
Or
How dare you? I'll teach you. And he goes to slap you.
can I try to grab his hand before he slaps me? Like,
That
stop
would be
it?
that would be an attempt to grapple versus his punch.
So do I do melee for that? Or
Brawl.
what would I? Sorry, what?
Brawl.
Oh, brawl. Okay.
Yeah.
And dex?
Brawl and strength, I'm afraid.
Okay. Oh, damn it. 1.
The die you rolled was a success. It's good.
That one
But
little
literally
dice.
the best
Here,
you can
no. I like how you have a punch thresher roll from Jess.
It's becoming a thing.
Yep.
Yep. You take 2 points of damage. Superficial. Of course, your damage track is empty now. So 2 points of superficial damage as He smacks you across the face, your cheek reddening.
I am not going to react. I'm going to look at him.
Are you not going to react?
No,
Make me a
not this.
bloodthirsty roll.
Really? Man. I don't want to kill him. I just want to tell him off.
How many willpower do you have?
I have 3 now because we reset.
Willpower doesn't reset. Willpower only at the end of
Oh.
the session.
Okay, none.
You
So-
automatically fail the roll. It's DC 2. You roll 0 dice.
Oh no.
No, you roll 1 dice, but you can't get more than 1 success on 1 dice. So you now have to kill Chester. Again.
Okay, well, he slaps my face, and it's almost like a calm sensation comes over me, which is more unnerving than if I were to go crazy and just start hitting him. I'm going to go to my desk and grab. I'm trying to decide between the globe or the letter opener, but can I do a quick scan? Is there anything else that would be sharper or more lethal and more efficient on the desk?
Well, he's walking out at the moment, but you do have a window that looks down over the street below, and you have some heavy things in your room.
Is the window open?
Not right now, but it can be.
This is back to me. I'm going to quickly scan the room, be like, the letter opener didn't work last time. Pen's not good. Like, globe, yeah, maybe knock him out. But I'll look and scan the window where the crow normally is. And I'm going to, since his back is to me, I want to open the window and then I want to kind of pull him and push him through the window.
Okay, that'll be quite difficult. You got to pull him across the room for that.
Mm-hmm.
He will oppose it.
I know, but I don't. It's what she's going to do.
Okay. Okay, sure. Make a brawl grapple roll. No, brawl strength. Specialty will be grapple, which you don't have. And he will oppose, though he'll be taken a bit by surprise, so I'm going to negate a couple of dice from him.
I guess before I do that, can I try to cast an emotion on him
Yep.
to make him a little bit more easygoing, like more open to
To getting pushed out a window?
no, just more open to maybe not reacting right away.
Oh, you want to up confusion or lethargy?
Yeah. Kind of
Cool.
like, what are you doing kind of thing, and versus like him just being
Sure.
ready to hurt me.
Give it a go. Mind plus a rep -1. Is subtle?
I don't even want to say it.
So, yeah, no, that doesn't work, and that's also an instability, which means your failure is taken out.
You're already trying to kill
On
him.
sleep is nearby. So Mindy kind of at the other side of the door as Chester's storming out, you see, and it just deflects off onto Mindy, and she suddenly sags, kind of tired and confused. You can still attempt to pull Chester though.
All right, so Mindy's in the room now, just kind of.
She's in the hallway,
Confused.
but you can see her through the door in front of Chester.
So is the door open then?
Chester is going to leave, so he's kind of opening the door as you've cast. He's
Okay.
going to leave.
I'm going to change my plan. I'm going to run at him. I'm going to grab the letter opener and stab him in the back where his heart is. And hopefully in that same movement, close the door so Mindy can't get in and see what's happening.
Okay. We'll start with stabbing and we'll go from there. If you want to try and do both, it'll be a -2 penalty.
No, I feel like I would just think with the momentum of me running into his back, it would push him into the door.
We'll see.
Well, she's confused. That'll be all right.
Yeah, she is confused. Okay, make a melee dex or strength.
1 success.
He's going to be taken a bit by surprise, but he is kind of forewarned considering you just started chanting behind him and doing stuff. He's very confused right now.
I just do guided meditations.
The letter opener stabs into his back, doesn't really get far enough to hit the heart, but goes straight into like his scapula, doing 2 points of lethal damage.
Okay. Also,
And
I like
with,
it.
with 0 successes, I will say the door slams closed because he failed that so hard.
The next thing that I'm going to do is notice that it rolls to cold clock thresher, but also I'm going to take the letter opener and I'm going to try to shove it in a little bit more and twist it.
Okay. Feel free.
Got another melee.
Melee, dex, or strength. Your choice.
Oh, it's a messy critical.
Oh, damn.
What is with my dice today? Like, I think they're working against me.
You rolled a crit entirely on the quiet dice.
Did we just do it? Did we do it? Reddit, did we do it?
Did you do it? Did you kill him?
Rolls to
Takes
thumb.
3 points of the lethal damage as you dig the knife in again and again and again. However, messy success. Your character's challenge comes to the fore, attempting to knock out and it kills them. Okay. Okay. The door opens as Mindy, kind of like catching her breath, confusedly looks in as you grab the back of Chester's head with one hand like in his hair, pull it back, and with a letter opener, stab into the side of his neck, a spray of blood going over Mindy and down the side of your face as his corpse lands on the ground next to you.
All right.
As Mindy looks kind of a bit shocked at you, blood trickling down her.
This is not going to be a popular thing that I'm about to ask if I can do.
Yes, I love it. Go ahead.
Mindy comes in confused, right?
Yeah. She's definitely negative dice.
Katie, I just want to say, if you're doing what I think you're doing, I love you.
I don't know
So
if
much.
I we'll see. We'll see if we match up. But I was going to stand up with the letter opener in my hand and I'm going to put it into her hand. And I'm going to tell her, "Oh my God, what did you do? Mindy, you just killed him. What did you do? Mindy, you just killed Chester."
Make a manipulation subterfuge roll. Your -2 die for having a lack of willpower will offset against the +2 because she's confused.
So just
You
a
did
normal
see-
roll.
Just a normal roll. She did see you do it, so it will be a high threshold.
Are we
Who?
the baddies?
It's not quite what I was looking for, and it's an instability.
Mm-hmm.
I will say you could take an aggravated willpower damage to reroll.
You can only reroll
bonus.
one, though.
With that wouldn't make a difference though. If I got
Yeah, like you're looking for a high number because like she's confused, but that balances against your lack of willpower. So this is like you're trying to convince her of what she saw and that she did it.
if I
I'd
see
move
that
you
it's
more.
not working,
But it's an instability, which means your failures are taken out on sleepers nearby. So would it
Going
be
with
fair
the-
to say
go ahead. What were you going to
that as you put the knife in her hand and you make sure the letter opener is firmly pressed there, she looks at you like, I saw you do it. There's,
I will then attempt to kill Mindy.
roll no rolls. Your failures are taken out, sleepers nearby. She's a sleeper. The knife goes in. You twist it. There is a grating feeling against it as it strikes bone.
Can I try to not kill her fully, but mostly? like leave like a little bit of life.
That would be a willpower roll. You have no willpower because you're overcoming your callousness.
Yep.
Unfortunately, you have no willpower. So make a... In this case, I'll let you make a resolve melee roll. And I'm looking for 3 successes.
I think as I... I don't... Well, that's not a... like a...
mental.
Yeah. Is that going to be a -2 then?
It will also be a -2, yeah.
There's probably a glimmer on my
Even any
face of
dice?
horror as I realize I stabbed Mindy, but then the darkness kind of returns because I did not do well on that roll at all.
The darkness returns and you drive it just a little bit deeper. And with that, blood coughed up runs down her chin onto her white blouse.
They're both... Is Mindy dead, or can I tell if she's dead?
Make a wits medicine roll. Int medicine if you want to spend longer, but wits medicine is a quick pricey.
I'm going to do... See, medicine. I think I took in medicine. I'm going to do just the wits. I'm afraid of my dice today. I don't want to roll anymore.
Mindy is dead. Chester is not. Chester is slowly crawling towards your phone on the desk.
I'm going to go over to Chester and I'm going to stab him again.
The knife plunges into his back over and over and over again. Blood flies up in arcs as the knife penetrates repeatedly through his back, his neck, and into his skull. At which point, he stills.
I'm going to, at this moment, wipe my handprints off of the letter opener and go over to Mindy and put her hand all over it and leave it in her hand and I'm trying to drag her body and all that to make it look
Okay.
more like, oh, I didn't do that. And it's like weirdly stoic though. And it would probably be very uncomfortable to watch. Like it's methodical and very like, I've done this before. I know what I need to do.
Make me a reverse crime scening. Investigation roll, I guess. Investigation int. Because that's like what you know they'll investigate and how they'll investigate, and then making it so that you get the narrative you want.
-2.
-2.
2
Still
successes.
2 successes. It looks vaguely decent.
Part of me goes, it's gonna loop anyway, hopefully. And I think there's a pang of guilt, just like a slight one in the background about Mindy. Mindy, you just couldn't mind your own business. Good riddance to you, Chester. And then I'm going to go, I'm assuming there's a mirror on the wall. I'm going to try to wipe the blood off me as best as I can.
Smears it all around. Like, that was quite a frenzied attack.
I'm going to walk out of my office with the number for Kenneth Black tucked into my purse. I'm going to close the door to the office. I'm going to lock it, wipe my handprints off of the doorknobs, and then I'm going to go to the bathroom, wherever it might be, and clean myself up.
Okay. Okay. So, we're going to cut over. Our camera sees an old woman walking down the last of a creaking set of steps into a stairwell lit by a flickering light. A jarring cup of tea wobbles in her hand. The faint music from a record player upstairs can be heard.
So, what am I holding? Is it a tray or is it just a cup of tea?
Just a cup of tea and a scone.
Okay. Like I look down I drop the scone, I grab my phone out my pocket, I sip the tea, and I start typing in the number that I was just memorizing into the phone.
Okay. Resolve int.
Do I hear a crying baby? Resolve 1.
I don't know. What do you have?
I only got a 1 on that. That's ugh.
1. You type it in.
Okay, I think it's right. I'm like, that's okay. That's it. We'll see how it goes. I'm gonna quickly head into the basement room. I'm gonna start gathering basic equipment for casting. Once I've got that all gathered, I will approach the wall. And last time I did, it was life, wasn't it? So yeah, we'll just give it another go.
Okay, life or rat.
It's like I could try matter, but matter will be overriding it, which might be harder anyway. 3 successes.
Book. Sword.
That was easier. And am I still? I'm Florence right now, presumably, but like
You are still Florence right now,
Yep.
but you can see like your hands are going from being gnarled and old. The skin's starting to stretch. Your hands are enlarging.
Okay. I want to use matter to turn the sword to rubber again.
Okay. Add a rat.
3 successes.
Easily. And you have matter 3. You can change the shape.
I mean, well, I was thinking like, yeah, I could just change the shape and just like fold the sword, but it seems easy to turn it to rubber, so it's not going to cut anyone.
You can
until I
turn it
want
to rubber and you can change the shape if you want. You can turn it into like a rubber ball.
Yeah, right. That's fun. Yeah, turn it into a rubber ball.
Yep, you got a rubber ball. It's not tiny. It's not compact. It's the same amount of material. It's just a big rubber ball. You're like boing, boing, boing. Not particularly bounced. It's not hollow. Unless you want it to be hollow.
No, it's fine. And I grab like I find a backpack. I like stick it in there and the book, and I have a quick check of the library to see if there's anything about the Deep Umbra or extra-dimensional beings.
A couple of bits that might be relevant. You've got a decent library.
Yep, I'll just grab any that seem like they could be
Shadow,
useful.
go
and stick
across
them in
that small basement window you have.
I'm gonna go over to the window and just kind of peer out.
As Hassan looks up. As Thresher sees in the mirror through the window behind her. And as Hackett looks up, you see 2 whales swimming through the sky.
What the fuck? Say, what
I see
the
that
fuck?
in the
In the mirror,
Mirror?
in the window behind you. You look out the window. Yep, they're there.
I'm running to the window to look out.
You see 2 whales. Feel free to make int animal handling, animal can, or academics. Anyone
gonna
can
try
make this.
I'm gonna do academics.
Int academics, okay.
Fucking chrono radiation.
1. Am I just dumbfounded by the whales?
It's
What was the
probably
roll?
whales.
What academics?
Int.
Does this
Okay.
specialty in theology help?
No.
Didn't think so. 5 successes?
I guess your specialty in research won't help either.
No.
Have you spent a lot of time researching whales?
Whales. But Riad, you recognize they're humpback whales. There's 2 of them. Just swimming in the sky.
That's dynamic for sure. Well, fuck.
Can I do a mind sense?
You're too far away. They are big, but they are pretty much over
But
the
I hear-
center of Webley.
I hear a baby crying. Like, can I just get a general sense if
That's
reality?
whales. That's humpback whale sound.
Oh,
whales?
Mm-hmm. That's humpback whale.
Why does it sound
Oh,
like a
it's-
baby?
It's for it's the distance.
Okay, I turned it up. It sounds more like
One
whales
smaller
sound
whale
than
and one bigger
babies.
whale. Yeah.
It was a baby this entire time.
Maybe there's a baby whale.
God damn it.
Is there a baby whale?
Please say
There is a
there's
smaller
baby-
whale. It looks like it's a juvenile.
It's a baby whale. Aw.
So I have to be really close to the whales in order to do a mind roll on it. Mind magic kind of
Mind magic is generally like any magic that's not correspondence is generally like 20-ish meters. Like you have to be able to see a defined of the object. For people, that's generally like you can see the color of their eyes is the general rule. Whales get further away because they're big, but you still would need to be within like 100 meters or so.
I'm just gonna
Mhm.
text both of them and just put
Of the whales.
whales. Wait, what?
You text both the whales.
Yeah, whales, all caps, like 5 question marks
The
after.
whales text back. We are whales. Okay, yeah, the other two get text. Florence, your phone goes.
I answer it. Hello?
No, it's a text. It says whales.
Oh, you made the call noise.
I only
I thought-
have one noise.
I thought it was the grandson or something at a most inopportune moment.
You really
It
need to
checks
change that
out, though.
ringtone.
Yeah, that you would still answer the phone if it was a text, though. So I appreciate that.
Florence
It's
is
like, hello? Oh, wait.
Oh yeah.
there's just enough of Florence in there in this last second.
Yeah.
Sorry. Am I close enough to do a spirit sense on the whales?
You're the closest, but probably not. They're pretty central. And you're all the way up here. They're more like here-ish.
All right. Well, it is what it is. Correspondence wouldn't extend the range far enough, I don't think.
No, it would help, but it wouldn't go far enough. Not with two.
Can I do?
Thresher just gets
Oh.
back a text that is also all caps and says, apparently.
Can I do a wits awareness check to see if anyone else sees the whales?
I mean, even as you ask that question, the cabbie's like, something interesting.
Just clouds.
So where do you want to go exactly?
Just south of campus.
South. So pull into one of the south parking lots.
Yeah. Perfect.
All right.
Can I, now that I've cleaned myself up, do I have blood on my clothes?
Yeah, loads.
Is there a coat hanging up or anything that like Mindy brought maybe just out in the...
Yeah. It's leopard print.
I'm going to wear it. I'm going to grab that and I'm going to put it on and I'm going to quickly go to Gucci.
What do you do after you commit a double murder? Fashion
Go to
shopping.
Gucci. Yeah. I'm going to go to Gucci and I'm going to buy sensible clothing and throw away my dress.
Sensible clothing for murder.
hmm
You throw away your bloodstained dress in a bin just outside as you leave. Okay.
Yes.
Sure.
And then I'm gonna start. I'm gonna call an Uber Black and try to start heading up the M25.
Okay.
I text the group. No one else seems to see the whales.
I'll text back in all caps. That's good.
They're humpback whales. One's a baby whale. It's probably not useful, is
I
it?
wouldn't do this, but I feel like it'd be funny if I just sent you like emojis of whales. I'd feel like what you would get back is, why are there whales in the sky?
Paradox side effect? Question mark.
Anyone can make me an academics int roll.
Okie dokie.
Would this be helped by research?
If you're researching why there are whales in
Okay,
the
no,
sky,
I'm not researching why I'm just...
I feel like I shouldn't roll anymore
Theology.
today. Like, I'm just being honest.
Yeah, 4.
Imagining theology does not help. 2 successes.
So, Hackett and Thresher, both of you know that the Voyager space probes contained recordings of humpback whale noise. Pressure. This comes with a side effect of callousness.
The good thing is that at a certain point, Thresher runs out of sleepers to be mean to.
Murder.
Yeah, it's true.
Is
Kill 'em
that
all.
a good thing?
It's a silver lining on a cloud of murder.
Yeah, on a storm cloud, like a thunderous. That's a cloud that turns into a typhoon, mate.
I'm a tornado at this point, and I need to be stopped.
How do you take your callousness out on, I guess, the Gucci store people or the Uber Black driver? It's not like you murder them, but it's like when you're thinking of how, the humpbacks sound. How do you take that callousness out on them?
I use my bloodstained dress to choke someone.
God. I think I probably hearing the whales, it reminds me of a crying child, and that it's just nonstop and it just keeps going and going.
Would you like an attendant who's just really pushy, really wants a commission to interrupt you, and you do strangle them and leave them in the
No,
bloodstained dress, you know?
I really don't want to get arrested today.
I mean, you'd probably get away with it.
So you say that now, but I have to roll some stuff, and I've seen how my dice are behaving today.
You wanna, I mean, we're almost ended for today's episode. You could probably get away with one more murder.
I feel like this is the only situation in which that would happen, is if I'm changing and someone walked into the changing room while I was in there.
Oh, you're changing. You're talking to yourself on the phone, humpback whales. Maybe probe and so on. And one of the attendants is really helpful and knows he's the Voyager space probes have recordings of humpbacks. Oh my god, is that blood on that dress?
Oh yeah, if he says that, I'm killing him.
Yeah, you just yoink, pull him in, and
Yeah,
a moment
I'm
later
gonna.
you walk out.
It'll be fine. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna work out. It's gonna be fine.
There's that evil, adorable look on your face again.
Yeah, it's just there's almost like there's emptiness behind my eyes. Because when I kill people, I kind of, I don't want to say black out. I'm very present for it, but just that it's like you have to turn off part of your soul in order to do it. So I'm just going to go walk out of the store in my Gucci sweatpants, my new Gucci sneaks, and I'm going to go up to my Uber Black and just get in down the M5. Just keep driving until I say stop.
All right, it's pretty busy this time of day. I mean, if you've just been shopping, it's probably past 10 now. Okay.
I don't care.
Okay.
I'm paying you to drive.
Very well. Weird weather we're having today, isn't it?
Yes, it's been a very weird day.
Okay. Bottle of water in the back if you want it.
Thank you. That's very thoughtful. I'm going to grab one of the bottles of water, open it, and I just chug the whole thing. And if there's a second one, I will grab the second one and chug it as well.
Yeah, there is. So, you get to UCL South, Hassan.
Mate, if I were to tell you that there are humpback whales in the sky, what would you tell me?
What? Sorry, I didn't quite catch this, sir.
If I said there were humpback whales in the sky, what would you tell me?
Is that like a metaphor or something?
Yeah. No, I'm just joking around. I give him my credit card. That's only supposed to be used in emergencies. But whatever, who cares? Doesn't matter anyway.
What's the number?
Yeah, I tell him the number. I don't care.
He plugs it in, he cashes you up, and he turns back like, is your card?
Give him a 20. Yeah, I just walk away.
Okay.
I'm just tired. I'm so tired.
Okay. What are you doing at UCL South?
I'm gonna walk south until I see the M25.
Okay, let me just start positioning.
I
I'm
would
sorry,
text
I'm
them both and just say that I'm heading down the M25.
It's been like an hour, half an hour, and Katie's already murdered 3 people.
Yeah, Katie's definitely in a much more advanced timeline. She had to do crime scene cleanup and triple homicide and shopping.
When you get efficient at doing this, it's just second nature.
I mean, on the plus side, I guess this is no. You've already been officially a serial killer. No problem. You've now
Okay.
done mass murder, so that's nice.
Yeah, this is new. It's a new thing to add to the resume. Oh, God.
Hassan, how are you getting there? You just walking or?
Yeah, I'm just walking.
Okay. As you get there, you see that traffic is flowing on the motorway above. Actually, it's not above. It's just in front of you. There's just a bit of a embankment.
Now, how the bloody hell do I find Winterbear with that?
It's probably also about 5 to 10.
He's past me, in all likelihood. You know what? This is something none of us thought about. I check accidents on the M25 today. It's around 9:25 a.m., 9:30 a.m., 9:35 a.m.
A couple of abandoned cars, but no accidents.
Abandoned cars.
Yep.
I write down their numbers.
Yep, there's a news report talking about how there's a couple of abandoned cars, seemingly never registered to any owner, suspected involved, probably in like organized crime or something, but that's all conjecture.
Winterbear, where the fuck are you? I kind of need an idea, mate. I'm not sure what to do here.
Maybe next loop you'll be faster.
I highly doubt that.
I mean, you did walk that last 500 meters.
If you
took a
familiarize
normal
yourself
speed
with the
taxi.
location, then next time it'll be easier to cast the correspondence.
It's true. I cast the correspondence spell as far away as I can. The same correspondence spell as far away as I can make it. So just past the police station. Does anything actually, while we're at this, while I'm looking at the M25, does anything seem out of place already?
All right.
Okay. Let's try that correspondence spell, yeah?
There's something out of place, but you can't quite twig.
Something out of place.
I don't know. Is there anything out of place to you?
Well, for one, it's not congested. It's flowing.
It's flowing. It's a bit congested, but it's flowing. Slow, though. Like, this should be flowing at 70 miles an hour. It's flowing probably at 30.
Is that normal for this time of day?
Ish. Probably a little faster, but that's about it, maybe. Within realm of normal.
I text the others. No accidents. Only some abandoned vehicles that I imagine belong to some sleepers that got raced. No idea where this person could be. He would have passed me by now. What took you all so long?
Thresher is just leaving the Gucci and getting in the black Uber.
I imagine by this time I would have grabbed the books that I wanted,
Yep.
put on some clothes I preferred, and been on a bus on the way, probably to around Webley Police Station.
I would
There you go.
text back and say, you know, Chester, I had to try to convince him to let me leave, and my assistant took over.
That's through text. I'm not even going to bother trying to roll insight. It's not going to work. I'd like to do spirit sense, actually, around this site. I want to feel the walls of this place. See if there's been a recent breach. Spirit hits. I like the music right now.
Yeah, you
That's-
realize, Hassan, you can hear music You've been able to hear music all along.
Really, mate? Really? Oh, for fuck's sake. Anyway, that was 0 successes for those listening to the MP3. 4 dice. Big fat 0.
The
Apparently, I
music
hear
seems to change.
That's wonderful. This is great. I'm going mad. Love that. Love that for me.
I'm probably gonna be.
As he has a sort of mental breakdown on the edge of the M25, Hackett, you walk up behind him.
Yeah, I probably come jogging up. I'm now half Florence, half Hackett. It's in the awkward stage of the transformation.
Do you hear music?
I pause. Do I hear music?
Yeah, you can hear music. You've been able to hear it the entire time.
What? What the fuck? I feel like I'm in Disney.
I think the entity is having a laugh at us.
I don't know if it's the entity. It might just be that the
Thrasher pulls
save
up
point
in a
is
car
finally
next to
breaking
you.
down.
We've been listening to music the entire time.
I'll get out and walk over to them. Anything?
Thresher, tell me what tune is playing right now.
I would take a minute and listen. Do I hear the music?
Yeah, you can hear music, can't you?
I hear whales and I hear music now.
Yeah, you've been able to hear music the entire time.
How much is the entire time, E? Are we talking about loop 0, loop 1, loop 2? Resolvent?
The very first time it looped.
I've been hearing music 5 times over now and I haven't even noticed.
That.
Are we in like a Truman Show? I had a client who was obsessed with that movie in a very unhealthy way.
The music might not. It might have been playing the whole time, or it might have retroactively become playing the whole time.
We wouldn't have had... My memory would be what it was. because it
Music?
hasn't.
Memories can be made up. We're dealing with forces that, the idiots over at the depot definitely don't understand.
Either that or we're in the Matrix. Could be one. Could just be the Matrix. Just imagine it all in our heads. None of it's real. Is this a prank, bro? Is cameras coming out? I'm sorry. I've just...
Well, if you ever wanted a soundtrack to your life, now you have one.
Why the hell would I want that? Also, if there's a soundtrack that means someone's watching. That's
The
how they work.
soundtrack could have an intelligence of its own. Anything's possible.
Is that better?
What was that?
Is that better?
It's hard to say. This is what happens when you pull back the rubber band of reality. It snaps back or it breaks. Beginning to break.
In any case, Winterbear is either long gone or long dead.
But if you hang around this time, you might be able to throw your senses over here more easily the next time.
Have you met him, Winterbear?
Me? Once.
Yes. What did he look like? What are we looking for?
My dear EE, any description for Winterbear that I can remember?
Quite heavy set, thick eyebrows, late 40s, early 50s. That's about all you saw. You were distant at a function. You never talked to him directly.
Heavyset, caterpillar eyebrows. Probably in his 50s.
Do you know his real name?
No.
Do you have a nickname?
Yes.
What's your nickname? Is it better than Winterbear?
Can we focus?
We have to have a little bit of fun because there's fucking whales in the sky and there's music playing all the time.
Isn't that fun enough for you?
No, it's something that I feel like I'd rather not investigate too hard or my brain might break.
My brain is already breaking.
Listen, you were part of the technocracy. We're all friends here. Why won't you tell me the nickname? Did I wake in a sleeper cell in you and all of a sudden you're gonna start kicking everybody's ass?
It just changed again.
I'm going to make a mental note that he's not telling me his nickname.
Well, I don't. Oh yeah, did the description like match anything that I might recognize at all? I doubt it, but just in case.
Bit too generic, I'm afraid.
This time around we can be properly prepared for a loop. We can go over to the depot, give them the codes. See how that goes. We'll have the whole day this time.
I imagine they won't want to speak with me, although I did forget to tell Fenneth that he did indeed ask for my help last time round. Music is a force, EE.
Sound is a force, music is not.
Sound is a It brings up emotions in my heart, so it's a force. No, it's spirit. What am I saying? I'd like to try and figure out the source of the music.
Sure. Make a forces wits roll.
Yeah. This is great. Love this for us. 3 successes.
What music? You can hear music. There's no sound.
Since I'm hearing the music in my head, can I do a mind check?
Mhm.
All right. Am I doing a ret or am I doing something else?
Wits.
It's okay.
So -2 as a
Um,
willpower.
You might want to
But
reroll.
reroll -2.
yeah, I'm gonna re-roll it with the -2 and have my heart break into a million pieces. This is gonna work.
Dude!
Better.
Hey,
Your mind can definitely hear music. You're definitely hearing music. You can tell. Your mind is definitely processing and hearing music.
okay.
It's very weird, though, because it's not coming in the normal way. It's been there for a while, and you've only just realized that it's there. It's been such a basic background element, almost like it's part of the fabric of reality.
It coming through the ear holes.
That's a 10
Coming
and a
from
9.
inside the brain.
If you rolled a 10 on that, oh god. Yeah, it's coming from inside of us.
Wonderful.
What about the whales? Can we check on the whales? Does anybody know how to check on the whales?
They're
entity
too
can
far away to
manipulate
really get
time.
a good read on. But I
Yeah.
imagine that they are whales.
Are there any super tall buildings?
There's some tallish, but not super tall. But as you say that and look at them, one of the whales is coming your way. The bigger one, presumably mother, and the little one's kind of towing along behind.
Where are they coming towards us?
If this were a better day, I'd call that almost adorable.
I think we better get ready because I think maybe it'll get close enough.
Do you think we'd win a fight against 2 humpback whales?
No, not to fight. To figure out what it is. Where it's coming from. There aren't normally whales in the sky.
Really? I had no idea.
I think it's just a side effect of the save point engine struggling to maintain reality. It's
The
going to start
music
to...
is a prime effect. It has to be because it's added to the fabric of reality.
Oh, but the Voyager had whale sounds in it.
I
Never
also
make
had music.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, I'm going to take a brief second and say I could not get hold of the actual music on Voyager because most of it is copyrighted. So this is, for this universe, the music that's on Voyager. Okay.
I like the idea that the Voyager probe could get a copyright strike.
Yeah, it could.
No
The world we
wonder
live in.
this.
That's what they couldn't get hold of the Beatles for the Voyager probe because of that.
I mean, no wonder all this music is so dated.
Those whales are getting awfully close. They're flying almost directly overhead.
Can I do a spirit sense on them?
Sure.
I'll chuck a life and matter sense in.
I'll do a mind entropy sense on them.
Sure.
I'll also do a forces and correspondence check a bit later. Because I
Everything.
want to see.
Throw the kitchen sink at it.
They're flying, okay? I'd like to know why they are flying. What is gravity no longer a thing for whales? 2 successes on the spirit sphere.
2 on
At
matter.
3 success.
Nothing
Forces
on
and
life. I've
correspondence
got no
correspondence.
idea whether these things are alive or not.
Okay. So I'll need a few more successes than usual because they're a little bit far away. Mind. There does seem to be like a basic intelligence in there, and it seems like a whale. Yeah, they're definitely got whale minds. Matter. I mean, they're not inanimate, so matter kind of. Nope. Forces. They're subject to gravity. They're subject to gravity. Oh, they're falling. They're falling. They're falling on top of you.
How long have they been falling for?
Right now.
Did they just start falling?
They just started falling.
Oh no.
Sake.
I'm gonna start running away.
Actually, I'm the only one who knows this, so
Oh,
I'm just gonna wait there. No, I'll tell the others to run. Correspondence means I have an exact sense of space. Can I tell via a little bit of waiting how reasonable it will be for them to hit in the next couple minutes or seconds? Do we have time to run away?
They're in free fall. They're falling from a couple of 100 meters above you. If you want to run, make athletics, strength, or dex. I will accept.
Okay.
Not athletics,
also-
I mean, called. Oh, I do mean athletics.
Would does the 2 in spirit reveal anything about the whales?
Oh, Twin Spirit. It's very faint something there, but unfortunately they're falling too fast to really get a proper grip before you're like, nope, need to concentrate on running.
Like, does it seem like I could get out of there in time to avoid being splatted?
Potentially, yes.
Is
If
there
you
a card
roll
nearby?
better.
Okay. I'm
They're
good.
not that large.
Yeah, I'm gonna run, but there's something else I want to try. But first, I need to ask, what surface are we standing on?
It's just here. Grass.
Damn it! I was hoping it was.
If you tell us to run onto the M25, we can be on asphalt.
I don't think we have enough time.
A
to
whale
run
is
that
only
far.
like 15 meters long, like. So, and also, I'm not sure there's time to communicate that. What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm just gonna run with them if possible. Like just before it lands, I want to try and use matter to just pull up a wall of earth in between us and the splatting whale.
Okay, well, make your run roll.
Okay, athletics. Is it strength or dex?
Strength or dex, either.
Okay, nice.
It's only a very short distance. One.
Only one with them and 5 dice. Ugh.
You all leg it immediately. The whale. And as it hits, you're doing a reactive cast. That's a -2, matter plus a ret.
Okay.
And effectively, you'll be reducing the splat.
2 successes.
Can I try and distort space to make things us harder to hit?
Yes, you can. -2 on the roll, so correspondence plus a ret -2.
Yes.
Two
Chat.
successes.
Hackett earthbends now.
Okay, the whale's impact mere feet away from you as you manage to throw yourselves out. As you do so, 2 of you turn around, one of you raising earth as their bits of earth kind of pull upwards. Instead of being quite a full wall, it's bits here and there, columns, and bits of whale meat bounce through it, splattering. Some of them seem to curve oddly, though, and as you look over, you notice Hassan has started to distort space, and bits of whale meat that should be flying in a straight line are seemingly flying in an arc off to the side. And as you land on the ground, whale meat splattering around you. That's where we end today's episode.
Ugh.
With the music that you can all hear now, changing yet again. Good morning, Wales.
Did we get splattered with whale gunk? Just tell me.
It's more like, good morning, Wales.
It's a full stop today.
Well, no, that'd be a dragon.
Okay. So, we're going to go through our announcements, then we'll go through and catch people, and then we'll go through our tips. Reminder, we're going to start with the big one, that the next episode is not in a week's time, it is tomorrow. It will also be in a week's time, we'll do a rerun, but it is tomorrow. 2 hours later, that is 8 p.m. in the UK and noon California time. So if you want to see continue of the whale saga, you can tomorrow in 22 hours time. We are supported by Hero Sheep today. Hero Sheep, thank you very much for supporting the death of whales. Thank you very much. We're supported by Roll20 that allows us to have lovely maps and dice and whales. So thank you to Roll20 for
I think
that.
Roll20 gave us the whales, but
they didn't give us the whales.
we could have put whale tokens on the map and then like move them around as the whales flew.
I should have done that. That would have been great. It's also September, 20% off new subs, 20% off existing of gift subs. So that's the thing you can do. The NPC names post is now out. And if you are at the Hero Turn above, you can submit names to be used. For instance, Dennis Black. GM interview with Sheepy is now out. So if you want to check out some Sheepy The Last Ditch Season 2 goodness about GMing, you can do so if you're GM on Patreon. The next episode is tomorrow. And Ascension MP3 and After Show are now out for the latest episode of Ascension. So, Katie, how can we find you when you're not going on a little bit of a homicidal rampage?
It was just a little bit of murder. I don't know why everyone's making such a big deal out about. I mean, I did kill 3 people in the course of 45 minutes, but it's fine, right? It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. I played Dr. Teresa Thresher for you today. I did get tased. So we're hoping to get to zero days with tasings soon. Wait, what?
You've been tased every loop.
I've been tased every loop, and I've come to expect it. But I want to know why a whale is falling from the sky, and we're going to find out tomorrow. So come hang out with us tomorrow. I'll be streaming tomorrow morning before we record this and do it again. So come hang out with me there on Katie Peters Plays or on Twitter at PlayKatiePlay. Come say hi. That's me.
Okay. Werewolf, what about you when you're not whale bending?
I didn't do the whale. This is not my fault. Most people call me Werewolf Feels, but you can call me Norden Lee or both. Either, I don't really care. You can find me online at Werewolf Feels on the Twitter and the Twitch, where I stream video games. You can also find me on several other channels, streaming several other games. For instance, Monday I'll be on Gehenna Academy, and I think next Saturday evening, I'll also be on Gehenna Academy. Oops. It's going to be great. We're going to be playing tons of fun games. Come check us out. I also write, so you can find a lot of the projects I've listed or contributed to on my website, nordenalikadir.card.co. Yeah.
Okay. And of course, the new Earthbender Beb. What about you?
I am Bentham, and you can find me in places, unfortunately, as Manglepork, where I play lots of games, mainly multiplayer stuff. We've done a bit of Space Engineers, we've done a bit of Valheim. Last week we did a big old Barotrauma stream where I introduced a bunch of people who'd never played the game before to it, including Katie, and hopefully we might be doing some more of that in future, on future Sundays. Couldn't do it this Sunday because we're doing more of this, but that gives me time to redesign the submarine that I'm already doing. But yeah, that's what I'm up to. Maybe there'll be some more streams. I keep saying that I want to do a Satisfactory stream, and now they've announced that the new update is coming out in like a month, and I'm like, I gotta do my stream and show off my world, because in a month it's gonna become completely irrelevant and outdated, damn it. What I get. And at some point I want to try webbed as well. Who knows if we can find time for that. That's what I'm up to. What about you?
Once a week I'll probably stream Sprocket, but this week is a little busy. But twitch.tv/Interelysium. We'll probably do a modded game and raise the vehicle limit to max and make the biggest trunk. It probably won't move. There is an upper limit on the size of the engine, so that'll be a problem. Anyway, right. We're going to go do an after show. There were no tips today, so we will catch you maybe tomorrow or next week in the rerun. Good morning, Wales.
See you next time.
Bye.